Don't push back. 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 Contents under pressure. Contents under pressure. Huh? Content under pressure. You can shake it anyway. Well, you can shake it anyway. Oh. Well, you can shake it anyway. Oh. Well, you can shake it anyway. Push back. Don't push back. Don't push back. Don't push. That's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. No, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. No, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. Oh, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. Yeah, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't. Oh, that's the limit. Don't push back. Don't push. You can shake it anyway. Oh, love. Oh. You can shake it anyway. Oh, oh. Don't push back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the IPL 1000 Grand Finals, the biggest, the grandest of tournaments that we have had in the Illuvium Pro League up to date. And this is the Immutable Masters IPL 1000 presented by Immutable X. I am joined by my lovely co-hosts right here with Silent and Caveman. How is it going, guys?
Going absolutely fantastic. How are you, Pez?
Doing great. Thank you, man. I'm really excited for this match.
Good. Caveman, how you doing?
It is the finals here with the massive, massive prize pool here, and I am just ready for it. I want to see who's going to take that 7K home today. Will it be some underdog that we don't normally see make the podium, or will it be someone who's been consistent, who's been at the top every week?
Yes, that's what we're going to try to find out today here. And let's quickly go over the rule set and everything you need to know about the IPL 1000. What is it gonna be today? What are we talking about? How is the format's gonna look like? So here you see the format. We are on day number 2. So in the bottom left with a best of 5 now, separating us from the grand champion that we will crown here after these 5 games. It's a very classic best of 5. So yeah, all 8 players play 8 games. And then whoever has the most points in score will win this IPL 1000. And then really quickly, we also have the prize pool. We're going to speedrun the pregame show today because players are soon going to be getting ready and jump into a game. So prize pool right today is $20,000. So there's a little typo on top. It is not 2,000, it's 20,000. And first place gets $7,000. Second place, $3,000. Third place, $2,000. All the way down to 8th place with $300 today. So big money on the line, especially for the first place.
I mean, even if you just make top 5, $1,000 in a week of playing Illuvium, that just sounds so great. I'd be so pumped for that.
Yes, sir. And then we have the schedule. As you can see, we are right now in October with the first IPL 1000 in red. And then if you put your eyes to the bottom left, there is the November with double IPL 1000 and IPL 500. And then in December, we have the World Championship with $150,000 on the line. That's what we're all looking forward to. And yeah, whoever does good today in the IPL 1000, they're going to be on the way to that World Finals because they're going to get a lot of IPL points to qualify for that.
Absolutely. Just one weekend could shoot your way right into the championship. Whether it be now, whether it be later, these IPL 1000s are just so valuable.
Yes, sir. All right. We are transitioning into the points, into the semifinals from yesterday. A quick little recap. Here we have Not Complain, Sota, Jonakinyo, Alnerd, Nareba, Amafishi, Web3 Gaming, and Lynx today in the finals. And here you can see all your top 16. Anything that stands out in particular, guys, from yesterday?
If at least myself personally, the fact that what we had seen in Lobby 2 there, Lynx, I mean, they played it on hard mode there for a little bit. They were up at the top of that lobby, but then got last in the final game, really had to have some things go their way. Still able to cling on, snags that 4th place spot. It's good to see Nariba finally gets the curse of being knocked out in semifinals. Ousted, leading that lobby, and now in this grand finals today. Of course, big upsets in regards to that. One of our IPL winners, Fox Spirit, didn't make it this time by. And with that, I'm Fishy Web3 looking good. Soda looking good on the other side. And otherwise, with Lobby 1, I feel like it was kind of not predictable, but we had a better idea of who would make it out, and it kind of did go that way. But one of the upsets here is this player actually right here in front of us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about Alnerd and how he made it in, averaging less than a 4th place. I think he got 2 fourths and a 5th or something, and made it into the top 4. Very impressive. Being able to consistent gameplay. Probably just who wasn't competing for the top, the super meta comps, but he was able to find his way in and secure it. I'm sure Paz is super excited to see him in.
Yes, sir.
Phantom.
He's representing Phantom, my guild, and I'm so happy that he made it in. Also for him, because he's a great dude, and it's really cool to see him. And in general, we have a lot of guilds here in the finals. That's what I like to see, just diversity, a lot of competition. So that's awesome to see. And yeah, quickly going over his player profile right here. He's 24. He's from Brazil. His favorite thing in Illuvium is playing with friends and having fun, sharing strategies and moments. His favorite single-player games. He's more into multiplayer, so it's not single-player, but checkers and Clash Royale is what came to mind here. What would you change or add in Illuvium? That's what I asked him, and he said implement the ability to see how much gold each player has. I know we on the caster's desk would also like to have that. And then a fun fact about him, he is a Christian, and I only got to where I am today thanks to Jesus, is what he says, who helped me on this journey inside and outside of gaming. So really cool to see here a little bit more data of our players. Alnerd, all the best of luck. You're definitely going to be my favorite, even if you came in last. You're going to not go out last today. That is my big, big hope and my prediction for today. And we're going to move it along here to Amafishi from Hype. Maybe somebody of you want to take it?
Sure. I'm a Fishy from Team Hype, age 21 from Eastern Europe. Favorite thing about Illuvium is that the developers listen to the players. Favorite single-player game? Witcher 3. Fair enough. Good choice, actually. Change, add anything in Illuvium. Releasing patches every week that would change the meta a lot. Then the fun fact, having 3 pet turtles, oddly enough, named after the Archie line, Archie, Archos, and Archelion. How about that? How appropriate. I love that.
I didn't believe it at first, but then he actually sent me a picture of his turtles. So I think that's so cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, and the other thing is he's asking for release patches every week. I'm a Fishy is like the top player, or at least one of the top players with number of games played for the ranked mode. So yes, he is wanting some change because he's just always on top of it. I can see that making the game a lot better for him for sure.
Yes, sir. And then we're gonna keep you a little bit in suspense. So first we're gonna check out one more player profile right here. But on the meantime, we're gonna actually load into the first game and then check out the other profiles. After that, there's going to be a break between every game where we do raffles, so you guys can also win some LV today. We're going to do the monthly 200 LV raffle as well, and trivia, and then we're going to have some interviews as well at the end. So besides the games, there's also going to be a lot going on today in this grand finals right here. And yeah, I think the good players are already in.
Do we want to talk about Jonakinyo, or do we want to say?
Yeah, let's quickly run through it.
So Jonakinyo is been a fan favorite. We've definitely seen his fans and his guild, Sura, supporting him. Also from Brazil, 26, has been playing phenomenally over the last few weeks. What his favorite thing is about the freedom the game it gives you with the positioning on the field. That's one of the most impressive things about what Illuvium has here. TFT, Dota Underlords, they have like a very big grid. It makes it so you don't have as much flexibility. There isn't these really cool fine tunings, just small adjustments can change the entire flow of battle. It's amazing to see that. His favorite single player game is God of War. There's been so many of those. The cinematic cutscenes, the epicness of being a god. It's just so much fun. I can imagine. Great call. What he wants to change is he wants an item reforger. I think this is in the roadmap. I think it has been discussed multiple times. So I think that's definitely something that could happen. And then he has a fun fact, and we've talked about this before. He has 11 cats. It's a complete football team. Yeah, man.
I love that. Pet lovers, let us know in the chat if you like our players. So far, we're going to look at the other profiles in just a bit after this first game of the best of 5 here in the Grand of Finals. We are in it, and we are watching John Aquino. Not today with his football team on the field. He doesn't have 11 lynxes here, but he's rocking the Rocco and all the tier zeros that you can think of.
That'd be funny if that was possible. I would definitely try it.
Yes, sir.
That is a really fast stage 2 Lynx. Who is this that we're watching in the red? This is appropriately enough Lynx PQP already with the stage 2 Lynx.
Yes, sir. And there is some fun facts coming up about his profile and his name that actually doesn't come from the Illuvials. He had the Lynx username before he came to Illuvium, so that's also interesting. And Lynx take it here, obviously, with the Fighter Lynx stage 2, such a powerhouse coming out. It's round number 4. Do you guys think he rolled for that?
Yeah, also with
That'd
2
be
other
crazy.
lynxes on the side. Like, he's got 5 lynxes already ready to go. That's
Oh my god.
wild. That's absolutely wild. So, I mean, it is Halcyon C. We're looking at a win-loss streak being very important. He maybe just saw 3 lynxes in the shop right off the back. He's like, okay, I'm going to be pushing this really hard, and then I'm going to try and just win this all the way. He does have the fighter water blade, which is going to be very meta if he can make that into a mud comp. And since he already did a heavy roll for these lynxes, that's going to give him a strong start. We'll be able to see how he plays this out.
So we have a funny comment here in chat. What is Caveman wearing? Did he just get back from the disco? TSG coming in with a very kind comment.
This is Dark Hollow Caveman right here, right now. Very valuable.
Yeah, Caveman is shiny today, and I love it. Looking very good. And also Silent in purple coming in very much on brand for Illuvium and for the IPL. Love to see it. And
Thank you.
we got, Web3 Gaming, again, the only guy left with a win streak here in the early rounds of the Halcyon Sea. Are we going to see a repeat of yesterday where... Oh, sorry, my eyes are off. I'm a fishy.
I'm a fishy.
All right. I'm sorry
Like
to
literally
hype you
right
up.
as you said that, Web3 dropped. It was like the fastest commentator's curse I've ever seen.
All right. I'm a fishy here. Strong in first. Love to see it. Also with the tier 2 Lynx to stage 2. Double coming in from his enemy here, from Lynx. And I think the more Lynxes, the better. At this early stages of the fight, we'll see in just a second. It is a bloodfest down here on the battlefield. And it seems like Green will be taking that. I'm a fishy stays on his win streak.
Yeah, the double links did not play out well. I think having 5 fighter gives it extra speed and attack, and then he has 1 bulwark, give it just rounding off that whole comp. Just having the synergies was more important than having the major units.
Yes, sir. All right, we're going to go to full screen. Our cameras are out. You're going to see us again in the breaks between the games because now we're going to focus fully on the games. And yeah, maybe we're going to do a little rundown of the weapons. If you want to go from the bottom.
Sounds good. Let's take a look.
All right.
Let's take a look here. So starting off here with the Earthgrass Scepter here for Sota Hype. Meanwhile, Joe Aquino loves mud. Looking like they're going to go right back to it or at least set themselves up with that Earth Shield, the Earth Bulwark weapon. Now Lynx PQP, of course, has this water fighter weapon here, the Sylphid Blade. Then we've got Nariba, the rogue weapon, the Nature Rogue Axe. Going to then have Not Complain, Maul for the Empaths. Web3 Gaming is going to end up having the same weapon, actually. Both going to be going for the Earth Empaths. Another Rogue, Nature Axe, coming on here for Alnards. And then I'm a Fishy, last but not least, the lone one with the Arrow Edge, the air fighter weapon.
Yeah, so we're gonna have some competition this time. You know, 2 rogues going for the nature cleaver, and then 2 of the earth mystic. We'll see how they pivot around each other. Do they focus the same exact comp, or do they make adjustments? And will they all just fall to the bottom and take the bottom 4 because they're fighting over all the same units? Very, very interesting. I'm a Fishy just completed his Berserker, so he's looking really good. 5 fighter, 2 Berserker online. That's going to be a strong start. He's already got 100. He is winning the win streak right now, getting that double credits. That's going to be looking good for him really, really quite well. And with a nice links with the Hyperforce Reactor stacking attack speed. I'm curious if he's going to move that to his Monk here. I think that probably has more value on the Monk here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably, because the Lynx is more so just for that big old power shot from the Omega. Meanwhile, the Monk here would probably just want to swing faster overall.
Yeah, and the Monk here, as many of you might know, doesn't have an ability. It has only a passive ability, so it doesn't have an active ability, which means it never crowd controls itself by casting. So the Lynx will always stand there for 2 seconds when its bar is full and cast its ability. So I agree. Stacking attack speed on a Monk here, you get the most bang for your buck, definitely.
I mean, either way, that was still super effective in that round. I'm a Fishy. Win streak keeps going.
Yes, our first King of the Hill. Let's go down to the bottom. John Aquino, see how he digs himself out there.
Yeah, and Giannichino was, I mean, potentially wanting the loss streak. He actually changed his bond and got rid of Aegis. I actually wonder if it was intentional or if it was an accidental bond, because he had Aegis before the round before, and he could still have that. He would have given that buff to the Lynx, making a much stronger board than this Colossus he has currently set up with it. Yep. Only 4 bulwarks, though. This is not great. It's still a rough position, but he is probably trying to keep that loss streak going. And he's going to the bottom to 2 bottoms who will lose and keep their loss streak going.
Okay, there was no last minute shenanigans happen or last second swap outs. I was expecting for someone to just move their best units onto the bench and just play with 4 Fleeches to lose this round on purpose, but they're gonna see who wins. It seems like green here with John Aquino is going a little bit harder, a little bit stronger, but it's very much balanced. Still, there comes some casts from the Empath, and there is still a full health Atipo. And meanwhile, the backline of John Aquino goes down, so it seems like Solta will be winning this with the Fleece still alive, still firing its lasers here, and here you go. Solta stays on the win streak. John Aquino stops it.
You know, and those battles are really interesting. Maybe John Aquino was like, I think I'll lose. He's got the Earth Scion weapon that's going to blast out my Flish. My Flish will die pretty quickly. It should be pretty safe for me to keep my loss streak going there, and I won't lose too many units or too much HP, because it's also a game of trying not to lose that much HP. Just lose by just 1 or 2 units, and he did that perfectly there. Soda may have thought his own power, or maybe he was ready to start turning around. Doesn't seem like he's hitting key units though.
Yep, 69 health here for John Aquino. Let's see how he does versus Nareba.
Yeah, Nareba off to a little bit of a slower start as well, but so far still good to start this one. With that, the bear off on the left-hand side, trying to make things irritating, going untargetable, of course, getting that big old chunk of damage once it comes out as well. That and the rest of the squad going to be able to tear through the front line. John Aquino will fall in this one. Reba, nicely done.
Big hit, though. 9 HP there. A lot of units just surviving with just a little bit of health. That was probably more than John Aquino wanted to lose. I could imagine he's going to start rolling pretty quick here, at least maybe this round or the next one. I don't know if he's going to hold out to the next PvE round, because that is going to be a little bit far away.
Yep.
If there's any player, though, that does not mind this position, though, I would imagine it would be John Aquino. Pretty much every game that I see of John Aquino, they start off by dipping to like 35 health as fast as possible and then just snowballing the rest of the game. But it's still a scary way to play. Respect for trying it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens here on the bench, because he just sold... he put all his units on the bench to get the right composite or actually basic affinity here. Synergy, he went for the bulwark. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to start leveling up or if he starts rolling down. But he's already level 6, so it seems like he's going to be pushing his money into the levels to stabilize his board.
Yep. He's going to get Harbinger here most likely once this bond comes in. Oh, he went with the Aegis actually. And I'm not sure who those buffs were even going to. Maybe one of them went to the... One probably went to the Graco, one went to the Flish, I believe. We'll see if that pays off. He does...
A little bit of a misposition here as well, because the Arcos, you want to usually use it a little bit as a tank. Like we said yesterday, the more damage it gets, the more energy it generates, and it's now Bulwark even. So Arcos not being up here definitely hurts Jonakini a little bit, but his carries are hyperactive, so they should be winning this 2 and 3 with ease.
And he did hit 5 Bulwark. That makes it very, very powerful there, holding the line, doing a lot of passive damage back. Obviously, that TNT was popping, but you can look, that little flare doing 2,300 damage. Definitely a unit. I'm a Fishy, still at 100 HP, rocking this win streak. That is going to give him so much stability. And honestly, his board is really quite cheap. He doesn't even have that much. He hasn't rolled. His bench is quite empty. He's got to be very wealthy right now. I'm curious if he's going to start slamming levels and go for the high-end units, maybe going for the behemoths. We want to see a massive 7 fighter behemoths, or what is going to be his end game that he's going to be doing with this air sword here.
It's still plenty of potential to just pivot to essentially whatever they see fit at this moment. It's kind of like dabbling in, like, granted, yes, there's a lot of fighters, but in terms of like specifically affinities, one of the things that we did see a lot yesterday was people running a ton of rogue. And then the answer to that seemed to be like really bulky, like sustain heavy fighters. And I mean, it's a safe bet once again here in the tournament here today, and well, still has plenty of options open, but yet comfortable.
Yep. And we could see that exact matchup right here. I'm a Fishy going against Alnert with the rogues. Will the fighters be able to hold off the rogues? And what chip did he just get? Did he get a fighter chip? And he put it on the Fur Knight. That's a disgusting Fur Knight. Will it survive the enrage of these rogues? But we will see.
Wow.
And I'm also curious, will he go for Templar instead of Berserker with that bond?
7 fighters, Berserkers, with a freaking stacking attack speed, Fur Knight. That's gonna be wild. He stays with Berserkers here, but it's down to 6 fighters actually. But I don't see those rogues surviving. There's also a Grocko jumping with them, posing as a rogue and doing a good job. And yep, this team has run out for the rogues, and so much damage coming in from the fighters here.
Yeah, I think he definitely wanted to stick with the Berserker because he also got dust out of that with his Revo. And I imagine that was a much better bond for blinding those rogues, buying the fighters, just enough time to really finish off the enemy team there. Really, really solid play there by I'm a Fishy. John Akito also just won his first match, so he's going to start flipping that around. And then we also got, I just want to point out, Lynx managed to finish his water, the Hydra Lynx, the Relentless Hydra Lynx. So that's going to be hopefully a big power spike. He's also doing a full fighter comp as well, so I'm a Fishy could see some competition for some of those late game units. I know there's another Water Blade. Ooh, someone changed their weapon. We don't have 2 Water Blades anymore. Or did we only have 1? No, I'm mixing games.
Yeah, I think we had 2 Empath Empath Mauls, and then 2 rogue weapons. But that's cool. Happy for Mr. Lynx to find his Lynx. Such a cool unit. Water Relentless. That's one of the... Like the Relentless line, I think, is one of the only lines that really transitions well also into the late game. Usually everything else... Well, the Virtuous Lynx as well. Lynxes in general are very well rounded. But let's see if it's going to be enough versus these rogues from Nareba with already a ramp fight. The Lulura, very strong coming here.
This is basically the comp that we've seen a ton yesterday. You have the Twine like single-handedly holding the line, adding Verdant with the Ranger, and you got the rest of the firepower here from these rogues. Ramp fight doesn't even need to cast their ultimate to win this one. There's just too much damage in this squad, too many crits, and that is going to really put the hurt on here for the green side.
And we're also, I'm a Fishy is losing his first fight here against Web3 Gaming, I believe. Yep, there it is. It just wrapped up. That is going to hurt. I'm a Fishy losing his win streak. He even rolled pretty heavily trying to get a Riptor in there, but Web3 Gaming having a huge wall that they just couldn't chew through, and a Furiox in the back line helped to chew through there. Also want to point out John Aquino is on a win streak now. He's got a Goliant online. He is starting to look really good, along with Amatu. Really starting to ramp up his defense with an Aegis buff.
It goes so fast. The transition from early game into mid game in these tournaments is so much faster than in the ranked play, I believe. Or maybe it just feels like that because I'm a spectator. But you look away for 2-3 rounds and people are rocking Goliath and Matu and just fully sent it into their win streak. Especially also with the Halcyon Sea, people are very black and white, very polarizing. Once they want to go on a win streak, they're going to do everything to solidify that. So we see them in the case of John Aquino to really, he pushed probably like 30-40 gold into his board once he hit that first win a few rounds ago.
Yeah, we also have a ramp fight with Alner too. That is going to be a disgusting early ramp fight. That could nuke any of these. If you have a stage 1 unit, it will just get deleted by that ramp fight at this point.
Yep, let's have a quick look at Alnerd here versus Sota, the corner composition, which looks very strong with a bunch of bulwarks versus the Rogues, which has a Grocko jumping in. Interestingly enough, a Revo is also jumping in. I usually like to have them on the other side. I think my game just broke. There we go.
Oh, there you are.
There we are. But yeah, the Rogues are just getting melted. Ramfight Omega comes out a little bit late. And yeah, that Fernite and the Stronghold in front line with the Singe. And the Magma, just enough to just destroy Alner. Down to 50 health now. Sota sitting comfortably at 60.
I mean, getting Magma and a Harbinger online, that's going to make it really tough to kill that Ranger who's going to be given that. You got the Singe that's going to be giving out that damage. Big Axon, and those Rogues, they're just going to get chipped away by that Magma damage.
I gotta call out Sota here. Is this an imposter? This is the first time I've seen Sota not go for Rogues.
Maybe he started losing in ranked play, and he's like, okay, this comp destroys my Rogue team. This is the master move right here.
Yep.
I mean, so far so good.
Yeah, it has been working out for him. Sota known notoriously for sticking to his Rogues. But yeah, yesterday he has been deviating quite a bit. So nice to see him bring a little bit more variance into it. I'm still watching Web3 Gaming here versus Alnerd. And he's again versus a very strong corner composition right here. The Krunk in the front line is going to deal out a blind. Also the Monk here stunning a bunch of units. It looks a little bit better this time. Here comes the ramp fight. Dealing so much damage to the whole corner composition. And that might just be enough to get into the backline and finish off those last units. Here comes a Vermilia cast, but they are holding on. Scoriox, Furiox right there. Last unit alive, but now it's all down to the Quinks. That was so close.
Oh my goodness, the entire front line just got deleted from that ramp fight. That's the
if you can't
one
win
of
it
the
like
most satisfying
this,
moments.
How can you win if this doesn't win you the round? This is not good for Alnerd right here and the other Rogues.
Yeah, I mean, he had 2 great augments on for that ramp fight to really give it the extra mega power. It did 6.5k damage there. That really did pop that whole area, but it just wasn't enough. These tanky corner comps will be really tough to get through. I imagine we're going to need some other AoE effects to burst those bubbles, or like maybe a Monk here. Well, once he gets ramped up, that AoE effect berserking through. I don't see anyone going like... Oh, actually, so a counter corner comp may throw in an Alfie. Yeah, I'm looking at Lynx right here going pretty deep into water. He could get that Alfie, and that could burst that little pocket as well.
Yeah, and Lynx is probably going to be the person to watch out for now. He's sitting at 33 HP at the bottom. So let's see if he can beat Web3 Gaming here. So another attempt of breaking open that corner composition as we're going to jump into the live game back from the replay.
because like, it's great. Like you have the ramp fight, it burst open the front line, but as soon as the ramp fight went down, there was just no other consistent damage. I think at that time there, the Stabin wasn't evolved yet either. So the potential is there, especially now that some of these other players are starting to level up these alluvials, getting some more consistent damage across the board, especially if this one coming up here, like we're seeing right now. You're talking about Lynx maybe being the one to break this. This very well could be the case here versus Web3.
Yep, and we see the Lynx is a little bit out of position. Test take a rough 5 seconds till it finally attacks. This Riptor is still running around the corner, so a little bit extra time here for Web3 Gaming, but now those rogues and those fighters actually are on the case. Lynx trying to get into the backline, but is stuck on the Ranger and cannot make it behind the Ranger. Ranger's so tanky with that Shadow Maul, and that's going to be it for Lynx right here. It's going to go down to 20-something health, which is very dangerous for him in the first game here in a best of 5. 19 even. Wow.
Yeah, just the positioning. Unfortunate for him. The Ranger actually had a decent angle that could have shot through and sniped some enemy units, or at least do some good area effect damage there. But unfortunately, the Mamu just tossed that unit away and then got it in a bad position for the Ranger once again. Really, really unlucky chance there.
All right, let's stay with John Aquino for the next round. So we give both bubble players a little bit of view time. He just had a hard time versus another player, and now he's going up versus Nareba, it seems like. So that's going to be an interesting fight as well. Nareba currently sitting as the very comfortable first place rogue with already a slash-in unlocked. So that is very good for Nareba. And yeah, somebody in chat pointed it out. We got 4 Brazilian guys on the finals. Brazil is dominating. Bora Bora. Love to see it. Great guys here. And we're going to see how Nareba does it versus John Aquino, both from Brazil.
All eyes going to be on the ramp fight as well as the slash, and I imagine as they dive into this back line, where is the ramp fight for that first initial cast? It's in a pretty decent position right in the corner, right next to all the tanks though, so it is going to kind of get held back there. Also not going to do a whole heck of a lot of damage. Now can they turn onto this slash-in? A couple of units have managed to focus it down. Ramp fight's also right there for a little bit of extra reinforcements, brings the fire down, but it's still, they're holding the line so strongly here. So close, but not quite. But the slash-in will survive alongside the Ranger, and that's going to put John Aquino now onto the bubble for a possible elimination.
Lynx also not doing great, down to 4 HP, but did just finish a Rye Plants during that round end. So he must have dumped everything while he was watching himself lose again and going, oh, I'm at 4 HP. I need to do something, or it could be game over. That's going to be a pretty significant boost here. He's going to have a Frost Berserker Ranger here, and that arrow edge can do some crazy damage. So we're going to see that hopefully pop off with a 3 Berserker Monkey online and 4 Water. We're going to see a lot of casts. And this Rye Plants does have a couple lives. It has the phase-breaking impact reactor there. We're going to see how this plays out.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. My eyes go to the Lulura right now, jumping into the backline. And once it casts his ability, because there's no other rogue, usually everybody runs away and nobody is getting hit by that cast. So usually you want to play one more rogue with the Lulura to get the most out of it. The Rye Plants is here on the left, chewing through the Ranger. There comes one more stun from the Monk here, hitting 3 big targets. And the backline is trying as hard as possible to get through these fighters. And it actually looks like they might be able to do it. Only Ripplants left alive, and he shortly falls. GG's, well played. Lynx will be the first one out here in the best of 5 in the IPL 1000.
You know, you're talking about how it was really bad that the Lulura didn't go with another rogue. It was actually kind of lucky, it looked like, because it went then survived with like 10 HP, and then because it had Bloom, it healed back up. The Ebb and the Ador on the other side healed it back up, and it just kept being a persistent unit. It took a Mammut cast and was still alive. That's just a whole bunch of extra health that they were having to chew through, and those fighters just couldn't take down all that damage.
Yeah, he got definitely a little bit lucky, because that Lulura, we see it right now in the replay, went down underground with 1 HP left. So
wow.
Yeah, that was rough. And here come the heals that you talked about. And it's pretty much full again in just a second. All right, back to actually, let's watch Chonakinho on the bubble.
All right, Mammoth is online though, fully loaded with augments as well. Super tanky, and immediately on the right side here for Rotten Fishy, one of their units falls with all the damage augments. So this could very well be the opportunity now for this Fur Knight, for this Mammoth, this Furiox to kind of pop off, just open fire on everything that it sees. You have the Archos for backup, and so far so good. But that awkward little charm brought the Furiox up front. Tears it through. Mammoth, one more cast to try and stun things up. Gonna fire it directly into its partner, and that'll stun it up in just enough time for the Fur Knight to finish the job.
And Allnerd also holding on. Web3 Gaming now also joining the bubble here. 3 players being close to elimination. And it's getting spicy in here. Top sitting very comfortably at a win streak in the Halcyon Sea, so with extra credits and 69 health at Nareba.
Jonakino must have been a little bit stressed. He had to wait for Lynx to die to pick up the rest of those Matus so he could finish it off. And right as Lynx died, he probably dumped everything he had to secure that 3 Harbinger. And then even so, he almost lost just because of a positional error where that Furiox got taunted into the fray, got killed pretty early. Luckily, that Fur Knight was able to finish off, but I was feeling a little bit scared for him. It was not looking too good for him.
All right, we have one more PvE round right here. Can play a quick replay while we watch that, and then we're gonna go into the possibly last round for some of these players here in the best of 5 first game in the IPL 1000.
I still can't get over how fast that thing healed. My goodness.
Yep.
From 10 HP to next to nothing.
We had a replay and a replay inception here, and now we're watching this Mammoth just tank everything, which is one of my favorite units, just art-wise, and it's just a monstrosity. Back to the live game. Who are we watching, Allnerd or Web3? Actually, we're watching both at the same time. Oh no, that's the Ghost. Let's see what Allnerd is up to. He's going versus Sota. And Sota just removed all his units to sell one of these augment chips. Let's see what he gets out of that.
I see a lot of damage, but where's it? Magma chip?
Oh,
and on the side of Allnerd, we got Vanguard. So we got 3 Vanguard versus 3 Magma here in possibly the last fight for these players. It's a corner composition versus the Rogues. Let's see it.
I mean, this is going to be a little bit troublesome. We've seen how crazy Vanguard can be, especially with that fully loaded Penguin. But at the same time, that's not a slash, and it's still a stab, and still the middle evolution here. And holding the line on top of the Magma might be a little bit problematic here for Allnerds. They're trying their damnedest, but the Archos is holding the line. It will finally end up falling, but it's done its job. It's held on and kept the team alive for just long enough to keep them in the game. Allnerds going to be out of here in this first game of the Immutable Masters in 7th.
That was really lucky. That Arcos cast right as the Ranger got its cast. That Ranger was about to eat. It was about to heal and slay everything in that corner, but it couldn't move. And in that route just saved the day for him. He's got to be feeling really, really, really happy for that route.
Yeah, I also was looking so much forward to this Ranger just going wild into the backline, and then this darn route. It happened to me so many times. It's one of the most aggravating things I think that can happen to you when there's just 4 units standing there for so long, just being rooted in place. And yeah, that was the downfall of the Ranger.
Giannichino also got knocked out that round, even with the Mammut.
Oh, geez.
He had four Harbinger. He got the 4th one. There must have been a positional thing that we didn't get to witness there. But that is really unlucky to see. Or maybe just 4 Harbinger just isn't as good as it seems.
Yep, and that is rough for Chonakinho, and Allnerd must be happy because now he ends up being 6th place instead of 7th. And we are into the top 5 here, watching Web3 Gaming versus Not Complain.
All right, let's see. Look at that Scoriox in the top left, though. It's got so many augments on top of it. Has that percentage health damage now attached to it as well. So it might be firing in to that big old juicy Goliath, but still chipping away a decent chunk no matter how much armor that thing has. But right now, it's basically a complete stalemate here. The Goliath's actually leading the charge in terms of damage just from the amount of reflective damage that it's been able to pull off, I feel like, and finding some really juicy stuns here with its ability. Fire it off one more time right through the Skoriox. But at this point here, the Skoriox has got to be wound up and ready to go machine gun style in just a moment's time. And with all that percentage health damage coming on through, that plus the Fernite and the rest of the squad should be able to, in theory, run this through. One of the few times we're going to get to see this overtime beam actually make an appearance here. And right now, it's actually looking the other way. That geyser here on the green side is enough to keep the squad alive through the magma. And that is going to cause Web 3 to fall out here in 5th.
That is the power of 4 Granite. The invulnerability every, I think it's 20 seconds. We'll have to take a quick look at that. But then you have 3 Mystic on top of that with heals. There's no killing this team. This is going to be immortal. Every 20 seconds, they get that re-invulnerability for 5 seconds. And then what was happening was they'd go invulnerable, but guess what? There's a Goliath ghost of a beetle smacking your Skoriox in the face, stopping it from being able to do anything. This team is going to be really tough to beat.
Yeah, and we're watching Sota versus Nareba here. Another instance of Rogues versus Connor composition. The ramp fight able to sneak again into the backline is going to surely take out that Furiox, but nothing else. There is a Seer in the front line, gatekeeping everyone else to getting into the back. They finally break the Seer. Slashing goes in and finishes off the job. And that's going to be it for Sota going out in 4th place.
Oh, I'm seeing this Not Complain versus Nariba being the finals. One of those two having just that 4 Granite, and then you have the massive, Rogue comp. Which of those two will win? I think the 4 Granite are going to take this time. If I'm going to put my money on anything, I think Not Complain has locked this game in. Oh, but he just lost on something. What am I witnessing?
4 Granite. Maybe versus a Ghost, which would be even more surprising. There's definitely good teams here. I'm a fishy with 4 Berserkers. I personally, watching these games, I'm so happy they got a composite chip, because then we see those final end game compositions that we all love to play. I feel like 4 Berserkers coming out versus 4 Vanguards versus 4 Granite and 3 Mystic here.
And that might have been the fastest I had ever seen a Rip Lance actually start swinging at something, loaded up with what used to be the Chrono Flux. But this is the composition I think we saw a bunch at the end yesterday. It's the Slashin versus the tag team of this Jotun and the Rip Lance. Here comes the ramp fight to the skies. Can he put some hurt onto these fighters? Barely anything, to be honest. They're going to end up going Indomitable. The Bear's going to hang on for just a little bit longer. But look at the Slashin. It's still healthy. It's still juicy. It's going to get turned on, but it is not going to get popped at all as it dances in celebration. Once again, this Penguin is a menace, keeping Amafishy, or rather Amafishy, being down to low health, but not out just yet. This is what haunts my nightmares. Thank you, Pass.
Look him deep into the eyes. Yep.
My Scions see it enough. Please, no.
I'm a fishy down to 19 health. Nariba sitting still at 50 in the top. Someone is not out yet. Who is still fighting here in the possible overtime? All right, we are in the building phase versus PvE round. Let's check out.
It was Not Complain who was watching, or good. You're doing a replay.
Yeah, it's okay. It's just so we don't have to watch the PvE round.
Yeah, I was going to say, Not Complain went against the Rogue comp, and it was just a slash in full health, but it just couldn't kill anything, and it ended up losing in overtime because this team just has so much sustainability. And if they do get this added Adorius online, that's going to be a 4 Mystic, 4 Granite, 7 Earth. That is going to be an absolutely disgusting team to try and chew through. I actually think we have a little triangle, though. I think I'm a Fishy kills Not Complain. Not Complain kills Nariba, and Nariba kills I'm a Fishy. So the order of how this plays out could dictate who wins this game.
Very curious. Maybe the way of eliminating the Penguin is not actually eliminating at all. Let the overtime do it and just be completely unkillable with that Mystic and heavy Granite style. but it's going to be hyper. So I mean, it's scary either way.
Yes.
All right, we have one ghost fight, and then the real fight is going to be happening with Not Complain versus I'm a Fishy right here. These are two crazy-looking teams. We see I'm a Not Complain rolling hard here for his stage freeze. He found the Titanor. Oh my god.
Oh my.
The big beetle. One away. Finds the Adorius.
And I'm a Fishy found the Seer, so he's got Behemoth online, a Behemoth Berserker Jotun with Hyper. He could eat these units alive if the timing of that that 12th attack, if they're not invulnerable, they're going to be deleted.
That is gonna be such a crazy fight. 4 Granite, 4 Mystic versus Behemoth, 7 Fighter, 4 Berserkers. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Gosh, we never really see the Adorius or the Titanor actually make it onto the stage like this. So let's see how they can perform when they need it most. A little bit of a charm, though, moving the deer up a little bit closer to that front line, which could be a little bit scary. It is right next to the Rip Lance. The Titanor is the only thing keeping the healers alive here. Big stun coming across the Seer, and the TNT actually did get the kill. No, right at the very end, it actually does take down the Seer. It's just down to the carries. Machine Gun Scorpion versus this with the Jotun trying to deal with the rest of this squad, and their green team is just not dying. They will end up taking this one. Is that an elimination here on Time of Fishy, or they live to see another day?
Adorius did more damage than Jotun. I'm very disturbed right now. I'm a Fishy is out.
Oh my.
And Nareba versus Not Complain is going to be the final match here. They were stuck on the Titanor with Granite, and because it was so much invulnerable all the time, they didn't even do any damage. Look at that damage. The Riplans did also less damage, of 5,000.
That's crazy. And just think about how much that Adorius is able to heal, because it's percent health on a massive Titanor. And the Titanor's got so much resistances. Oh, this is just brutal. How do you kill that gigantic beetle?
The fact that it was also dealing so much damage in return too is absolutely incredible.
Now we have a little bit of a Mexican standoff. It's all about the positioning here. Titanor goes into the bottom right, protecting the Adorius in the top right. There's the slashing going to be sitting on the beetle. The stun is going to hit pretty much every unit in the red side's team, and this is going to be a tough one. Here comes 2 big casts in the middle. Here comes the stun. Slashing is holding on. It does have a little bit of life steal, but it's definitely not a lot, and red is looking dire right here. The Titanor will never die, and the Adorius will keep everyone alive. So will this guy in the left side just chilling there. And yeah, that's going to be it for Nareba, and I don't see him come back here.
4 Granite, 4 Mystic. I don't think you can have a more capped out board. If he can get a Phosphorus online too, that just makes it even more busted. Like, this is really, really tough right here.
And he just has a foe sitting in there. Like, he doesn't even need all his units. And yeah, like you said, stage 3, tier 5, and 2 of them, you should definitely be overpowered at this point.
Yeah, easily finding one makes your team absolutely insane, let alone finding both of them. So just take an absolute advantage here of this region for what possibly can be our final battle here in game number 1 of this grand final. Going to switch the Titanor over to the other side, where it's going to immediately meet the ramp fight, and it basically didn't do any damage to it in the slightest. But all the damage is coming out here from the forest in the middle. The healer off into the right hand side is just face taking this polar bear like it's nobody's business, and this entire team just tanked everything like it was nobody's business. And that is going to be the victory in game number 1 here of this Immutable Masters grand final of the IPL 1000. Congrats, Not Complain.
GG, what a powerful team. I think if you're going to try and use the win streak, that extra economy you're going to get from this region, going for Mystic is the highest cap board you can do, and Not Complain managed to secure that, and getting a 4th Granite chip on top of that just secured his victory. Well done. Way to survive. It was even contested a little bit with Web3 Gaming, also with the Earth empath weapon, but he managed to hold on. Well done.
Yep. That was really cool to see. Big shout out to Fishy. Let's actually jump over to our player profiles and go over the last of them, because now we saw them play. Now we're gonna learn a little bit more about them. Here we are. We left off with John Aquino, and now we gonna go over to Lynx right here. 29 years old from Brazil. My favorite thing is in Illuvium is hitting stage 3 units. It just feels so good, doesn't it? And
it does.
Yep,
Absolutely.
and he did it the fastest in the last lobby with his Lynx. So everything coming together for him right here. His favorite single player game is Chrono Cross.
This makes sense now.
You guys know it. It's a great game, very old game. And what he would like to change or add in Illuvium is I would change composite crates to be able to be cast on Illuvials to try and get their synergy. So I think this is a great idea, genius actually, to not have to remove your whole board, which is kind of a very clunky mechanic. You could just cast it on the unit, and then you have maybe a chance of getting those units affinities. So I like
synergy extractor. Let's see it.
Yep, I like that a lot. Fun fact about him, my nickname Lynx is not from Illuvium or the animal. It's direct reference to Chrono Cross.
Well, fair enough. That was interesting.
Good to
Man,
see.
Square Enix was some of my favorite games. They make so many good games, and Chrono Cross was one of the first ones I ever played on PS1. Solid shout. We got Nariba here from Ola, 26, from Brazil, another Brazilian. He is obviously a well-known competitor at the top of the ranked leaderboard, doing very, very well. What excites him is the high level of competition. He just loves competition. You could see it. No one's going to put the hours in if they didn't love the competition and this, just this ranked ladder. And he clearly is showing that. He loves Civ. Okay, Civilization was something that I have been playing forever too. I also started playing on PS1. I have over 1,000 hours in like Civ 4, Civ 5. Some really good ones. Definitely a good game. Definitely. Nariba, reach out to me when you're not grinding Illuvia. Maybe we'll play some game. I know we got TSG and Scoriox have been playing recently too. I'm sure you guys could all hook up. But what he wants to change is he could see how much gold. And I think that is a feature that they're going to be putting in on the roadmap somewhere. So that's definitely something to do. And it would be good for us as spectators. We want to see how much gold people are holding on to so we can understand. The last thing is his fun fact, which is he's Nariba. It's kind of a affectionate way to call someone who's got a big nose in Portuguese. All right. He took his bully's power away by making it his nickname. Way to go, Nariba.
Really cool. Big respect for Nariba here. Love to see it. The good old 8 Mile just roasting himself. Nobody can roast him. Love to see it.
Fair enough.
All right, let's speedrun the last few that we have right here. We have Not Complain from Hype, 22 years old from Brazil. His favorite thing in Illuvium is the weapon system. His favorite single-player game is Point Blank. He has been competing since 15. I talked to him a little bit, so he doesn't really have a single-player game, and this was his first-person shooter. So we took that one instead. What would he change or add to Illuvium? I'd lower the RNG, he's saying, and starting with the items. Components should be crates where you can choose the color, and instead of getting one color randomly, and then augment crates should let us pick between Strike, Shield, and Omega and others. So he would like to have a little bit more agency, a little bit less RNG. A fun fact about him, I changed to this nickname because I complain a lot in games, and I thought it'd be a good reminder to stay calm. Love to see that. I think everyone of us have had these moments.
No, it's good. It's self-aware, and unfortunately, it's something you see a lot with esports, especially. But good way to call themselves out. But
yeah,
I guess keep themselves accountable, as we now have Soda from Team Hype, of course, one of our IPL winners here in the past from France. Favorite thing in Illuvium, having the perfect Illuvials that'll be playable long-term in most Illuvium games. Yes, not just the arena. Bring them with you wherever you happen to be playing. Favorite single-player game, I feel like this is probably high on the list for a lot of us Illuvium fans, Pokemon being the favorite childhood game. Thing I would change and add in Illuvium, would love to be able to build my weapon by choosing its class and affinity. And the fun fact, when I game, I always play the same things over and over, even if I even eat the same food for hundreds of days in a row. So no wonder why they played Rogue so much. But at the same time, even more crazy now that we see them kind of switching things up.
Yeah, I was surprised. I talked a little bit more to him about this because I wasn't really sure where he was getting at. And it's just like he likes to optimize his habits. So I think many know, for example, Steve Jobs, he did like the same outfits every day. He didn't have like only one kind of outfit. So you put away brain power to not think about dressing, and it just goes automatically. And I think something similar he's doing here with food, for example, where he tends to eat the same thing for a long time and other habits in that way. So that was really interesting.
Yeah. Cool.
And yeah.
Oh, we got. Are we going to go over this one, or are we going to go into game? I don't know if
let's quickly run the last one here. We got Web3 Gaming TV from Hype, 34 years old, from Perth, Australia. The favorite thing in Illuvium is the Illuvials for him. Favorite single-player game is Total War Warhammer. If he could change anything or add something, it would be more Illuvials and changing sets. So he's already looking forward to set number 2, which is surely going to be crazy. And then a fun fact, he's an ex-Air Force man. Yep.
Service.
That's it.
So
that's
if
all.
you're ex-Air Force, but yet you're playing Bunker, that's like completely anti-Air Force. No, but that's kind of cool.
Yes, sir. Are we in the game already? I'm not sure.
I wasn't sure either. I hadn't seen.
Okay, I think we still have a minute for a little viewer trivia, everyone. If you don't know, this is where I show you a piece of Illuvial, and you have to guess what Illuvial it is. I think Twitch has the lowest latency, so if you want to save 1 second, feel free to hop over to Twitch. We're streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook, and also Twitter. And we're gonna come up with that in just a second. Also, my lovely fellow co-hosters can guess with the audience if you want to.
Sounds good.
All right. Here we are. And today, we have 4 of them. Between every game, we're going to do one. This is 5 LV to the first person who gives me the answer. This is a hand. So today we have hands.
Hands.
Mm-hmm.
Hands.
Oh, I think I know, but it depends on what version.
Yep. You gotta give me the right stage as well. I think this hand is very unique once you think about it. So it's not TNT or Tatoopi. I wanted to throw you guys off a little bit. Maybe I should have waited with the hands.
Well, you said hands. That saved me.
We want the stage. The exact stage, guys.
I'm going to say Exalted Monkier.
Yeah, almost. There is, I think, the first great Monkier here in chat. Look at that. Congratulations. Here is the proof.
Which one was it?
Here is the proof. Wait, let me show you. There it is. It is the Greater Monkier, stage 2, right here. Congratulations. Who was the first?
Chat's moving so quick, I can't scroll down.
Yes.
It's awesome seeing everybody out.
I see Hoshi here at 50 and 11 seconds. I think that was the first one. That was the first one. Congratulations, young Hoshi. Coming in clutch with the Great Monkier. Is he playing in the finals? No, right?
We saw them yesterday.
Yes. Okay, quick recap before Furies or some other player comes in and takes it all. Active players in the tournament that we're casting are not allowed to win anymore. So we did a little change there. Good thing.
The Fury rule has been implemented.
Yes, the Fury role. I mean, now he can win. He's not playing today, but none of the
There you
other
go.
players. And yeah, stay tuned, guys. This 5 LV going out to Hoshi, and we have 3 more of these trivia questions coming up. But before that, we're gonna probably jump into the game. I think we have some technical issues, by the way. So we have to maybe have a little bit of a bigger delay. We're gonna go into just a 2-3 minute ad break, and then we're gonna be right back with more action right here.
Here. He has.
Needs one
He's
more
won it.
turn though for the blaze
Yep.
knight.
Oh, I got double singe. He's getting 3 magma units in there. That's also another interesting stacking capabilities. But he is going against.
Oh, he sold the rate to try and get it. I don't think it paid off.
right, we are back with the IPL Immutable Masters, IPL 1000 right here, and we are ready to jump into a game, actually. I just wanted everyone to give the opportunity to have a last view of this beautiful caster deck before we jump into the game. There we go. Here we are, game number 2 in the best of 5 grand finals right here. 20,000 bucks on the line. And we are in round 4 number right now with the weapons already being chosen.
Yeah, we can do a weapon check right off the bat if you'd like. Sorry, Caveman, go ahead.
No, I think we should send that. I just wanted to mention real quick that we do have another Halcyon C. This time it is gaining 3 additional credits each round. So we're going to see another very wealthy end game. Hopefully we see some just nasty comps like we did in the last game. But yeah, I'd love to go through the weapons.
I want to see an Ophisto. That's all I want to see. Some Invokers with maybe a Titan or Frontline. I think that could work also versus the Rogues. That would be cool. All right, let me speedrun those weapons real fast. We got the Water Bulwark weapon here from Alnerd. John Aquino on the Water Scion weapon, so maybe he's going towards Invoker. We got Amafishi with the Water Fighter. 3 water so far. Then we got Nareba on the Nature Rogues again. We got the Lynx on Earth Scion. Then we got Web3 Gaming also again on the Earth Bulwark, I believe. Sota on the Nature Rogue weapon, so he goes back to his roots. And we got Not Complain on the second Ripple Flail here.
Gosh, like the potential for mud this game is absolutely ridiculous.
I wonder if anyone's even going to go for it because there's going to be so much competition. I also do want to point out that we do have a Virtuous Lynx on the board here, so people are going to be competing over that as well. Not Complain looking very strong already with the win streak and a Virtuous Lynx on the board. Could be very, very interesting. And it's a Fire Lynx. There's some interesting stuff you can do with Fire Lynx's late game, which you don't normally see because Fire Empaths are pretty rare. And so you can do some really cool stuff, especially like around Wildfire. I've seen some really good comps you can build into that.
Yeah, I hope
so much water being in the weapons as well. This opens the door big time for having more steam.
Also true.
Yep.
Steam Aegis.
Steam Aegis. Oh god, yeah. I can see a Rake or something along those lines, or an Umber going absolutely crazy in our future.
I can also see this opening a little bit the doors for maybe air, who could counter the water a little bit, but then it gets it would counter the earth as well. So maybe we see some 6 air compositions. Ranger is holding on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, nicely done here for Not Complain, picking up where they left off, leading the charge here in this lap.
We don't have any air weapons at all, or fire weapons, so there's a lot of open. I'm curious if anyone will do a weapon switch this time, especially the 2 Ripple Flails and the 2 Cleavers.
Yeah, we have 4 water, 2 nature, and 2 earth weapons. The meta is getting more defined every week. Maybe we...
That's an...
Are you guys looking forward to a patch already, or you like that, you know, how it... I think it's still different every weekend, the deeper you go into one patch.
Now, okay, I'm biased as all sin, because I got my roots from StarCraft. I'm used to playing the same patch for 12 years, if not longer. So... I'm completely okay with watching people like adjust the meta and whatnot over time by figuring things out without developer help, without patches. However, if something's being added, I would love to see it.
I enjoy the 2-week cycle. I think a 2-week cycle is perfect, especially if you're a competitive player who's putting in, 20 hours a week. Having it every 2 weeks makes it feel fresh and convenient. But I think starting off with a month is a good, consistent basis for now.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, Not Complain's got Aegis online now as well. He's going to be looking pretty good.
Yep.
What do you want to supercharge here? The Lynx?
I guess, yeah.
That's still just That's still just a lesser monkey right now, right?
Yeah, it is a little bit different. So right now they are charging either each other or the Lynx. I'm not sure if actually it matters how big the model size is. or if it's just random
I
between
believe
these
it-
3 units.
I believe it is based off of units model size. That is
But
personally one thing that's on my wish list. I'd love to see a little yellow or green glow, kind of showing who would get the buff off Aegis.
Mm-hmm.
But the next battle's still underway, and with these units so spread out here for Not Complain, they're not really going to receive that healing. The Mammoth's actually going to be the homie here and just throw him right to the healer, so it just keeps them topped off quite nicely. Groko's going to get a stun off right as it's about to go down, taking care of the heady. Now it's just down to the little fleece off to the side. And oh, the Ranger's back there as well. Good little shot, but at this point, this Ranger just does not have the damage to get through that healing.
Lynx sitting at the bottom in this lobby against Not Complain, looking solid. If he can come back and run it back, Not Complain's going to be setting himself up for a potential first place in this tournament. Do we want to watch maybe I'm a Fishy? I think we can claim Not Complain as a.
I agree.
Can we do it one more round? I really want to see how Lynx versus Lynx works out here. Because this is a very equally team. We have both Aegis, 3 Bulwarks, 4 Bulwarks, 2 Empaths. It's all about positioning right
on the
here.
other side here, though, for Alnert.
So let's see it. The Lynx here, I like the positioning where it is. No, it's not being attacked. Both of them are not being attacked, even though they're sitting in the front line. Arcos is a little bit focused too much for the red side here. Goes down. And now we're going to see also a big focus coming onto the Axon. So there's a lot of damage coming out from the green side compared to the red side. But yeah, green is just having a little bit of a better time with focusing units down one by one. And it's going to take a dominating victory here.
Yeah, I mean, it was just that Ranger side by side with the Virtuous Lynx with the Arcos backing it up. Those 3 units were just targeting together. They were going as a unit, whereas Alnert, he had his Ranger starting in the back, took a long walk around the side, and then was just attacking solo. Great focus from Not Complain there.
All right. I'm a Fishy is our player of choice here for the next round. He has 2 Lynxes, which I always love to watch.
Tipo.
Oh, Exalted. Look at that bad boy. One of the cutest
Even Exalted,
Illuvium line.
it's still so cute.
Yep. Back to the match. There is a bunch of not cute rogues coming in, and they're all gonna focus this Exalted Tipo. It's gonna get 1 cast out, so definitely bringing a lot of value here. And yeah, it did survive longer than I thought. We have an Exalted and no, a Great Monk here being hyperactive, doing a lot of damage. And it's gonna come down to the Wire. It's gonna come down to the Gorilla. GG's. I'm a Fishy loses this round. Sota secures place number 2.
Yeah, I think he got unlucky there. I think that Exalted Atipa should have performed better, but going against 3 Predator, that's an early 3 Predator. Feeling really good for Sota as a rogue champion. He's definitely going to like that start for sure.
Oh.
Yeah, there's nothing cute the way that one ended up wrapping up there for I'm Fishy that time. But now up against Alnert, are we going to make the swap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's still
okay. Let's watch. Yeah,
interesting. Let's see.
Let's see Lynx here.
Lynx. All right, so the rogues are coming back out to play here for Lynx. Nariba going to try to hold the line. Does have the one little baby mammoth to try and disrupt. Where is that Axon going to go? It's going right next to the little Ramphy that is loaded up on augments. It's not going to have the biggest of punches, but still going to be pretty solid for his early game, especially with something as little health as that little Satofi. It's going to get absolutely deleted. Nice, like 5 alluvial stun coming out here from the Mammoth. That is not going to be enough. That's going to be Nariba with the Rogues coming in clutch here, this one.
That Axon tried to tank, but it just couldn't save everyone from that Ramphy burst. And the Revo did a good amount of damage too. Those 2 AoEs popped almost in synchronous and just managed to wipe out the whole pack. Unlucky for Lynx there. Lynx is struggling to find its footing, and he's 2 away from getting an exalted water flish. I don't know if that's a really important thing for him to be pushing, but he has a good Aegis front line. Just got a TNT online. Is there anyone else going for TNT? He's going to try and go for a Sephirus here. Yeah, he might be. Web3 Gaming does have a few, but only 3. Lynx could do a pretty heavy roll down, maybe even getting an Axodon and a greater exalted water flish, and that Sephirus going for an Invoker build. And with the extra money from Halcyon Sea, he's got to be pretty wealthy at this point.
I would love to
So
see
they
it.
leveled them up. They leveled themselves up so much till they're level 7, right?
did.
So I think you only
I-
have like maybe a
yeah.
25% chance to find a tier 1 at all, let alone the one that you're looking for. So it's kind of one of the negatives. You have all this extra income. You want to make sure that it's used. So leveling up is definitely a wise ways to do it, or a wise way to do it. But if you're looking for an early game unit, that might bite you.
I want to quickly look at Amafishy because he's the only one still sitting at, I think, level 5. So he's the only one that is really in a good position to roll down, which is always exciting to see. And he's going to go for a mud, it seems like. And he's in a very good position. Not really contested. Obviously, everybody is picking up some Monkeers. But there is a lot of them in the pool since it's a tier 1 unit. And if you're not hard contested any other way, you can still hit those 4 mud units if you get lucky. But this looks like a tough fight here versus Lynx, who has the corner composition pretty much figured out with the mud 2. It's going to be rough.
No, 100%. That the Fury is going to be doing some decent damage. Same with the TNT, and then there is also the little Alfie going directly through that bear, directly into the Greater Monkeer that has the damage augments. They will fall, and I believe everything here on the green side is just going to fall extremely quickly. Big win here for the red side.
Oof, that's a huge hit. I'm officially now in the bottom right now, but he's been holding on, only level 5, and he's just barely below Lynx, who's level 8. So I think that he can have a massive swing back here if he's able to hit all his units. Oh, and John Aquino just dropped down to 55 as well, going for a full 8 water comps. So him and Lynx will be fighting over those Alfies, trying to get that Sinnoh online. And then, that's going to be really interesting to see which of those 2 gets it first. Both of them will most likely get it, but...
Here come the roll down from Amafishy. He hits the first stage 3. There is the Exalted up, and he's going to keep on rolling. He wants more than that.
Kundi.
There is the
2.
Gorilla. There is the Predator Chukundi. And he's going to be happy with that. Buffing up his team with 3 Exalted stage 3 units. And
Yeah, he just hit
Chonakinho
level
also
6 too.
found the Sinalf and has Invoker now. These guys are not Invoker, but Steam Online with Rake as well. These guys are not joking around. They're playing not to lose. They're playing to win here, and it's going to be an interesting fight here. First versus last.
Yeah, granted here for up against here for I'm a Fishy, they have the 3 mud, not the 4, so it's not a matter of eliminating that app-on and then transferring the stats. It's just a matter of sapping the stats. And as of right now, actually this little Monkeer not doing a bad job. The Exalted Gorilla, it's hanging on by a thread and still finding some serious value at under 10% HP. It's going to be able to clean up here alongside its Mud Brethren and got the job done. I thought that thing was going down, but no, it hangs on and gets the job done beautifully.
That was a really close one. If that Gorilla would have gone down, it would have been over. But taking Not Complain, that was only Not Complain's second loss. So he is now on his loss streak, or potential just 2 losses there, and then he'll have to rebalance. But very interesting. Also something to note, no one was able to finish the stage 3 Lynx. The top 3 players are all competing for it still. I don't know if anyone's trying to finish that off, but did not happen. John Aquino just picked up an air dash. He could get that Umber online, and then that Steam could be disgusting as it starts to scale with 8 water.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep watching these guys at the lower positions because the pressure is on them and they're going to be pushing so hard to finish their compositions. And they have the money in Halcyon Sea here, so that's why we see crazy team here also coming out from Chonakinho, which is going to be the enemy in this fight for Amafishy. So that's going to be an interesting one. Let's see if the Flish is going to be shredded into Sushi in just a second. If there comes no reposition. Also, the Flood might have a hard time tanking those rogues. And we'll see how... Yep. The Gorilla is on the Flood, so that's not bad. Also, the Gorilla targeting the Ranger is okay, as long as this Sinnoh got his first cast out. But now the Gorilla is onto the Sinnoh, and it's just hacking and slaying away in the back line. But here in the front line, we still have a Rake, we still have a Riptorus, so it's not over yet for Jonaquinho, but it seems like this Gorilla is just unbeatable, and one by one, they're gonna take them down. There's a bunch of illusions here in the back line, which would have helped with the Rake, but the Rake got destroyed way too fast anyway. Gorilla taking the lead here over the Rake.
You mentioned...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, you mentioned that having those illusions would help. I actually think it would be a disadvantage for him. The Rake triggers 3 times, right? And if there's only one unit, it actually gets hit 3 times in a row. It's a really good execute 1v1.
Yeah, so it would have been... It's good for the Gorilla, right, to have those illusions.
Okay, yeah. And for overtime, too, it would have been disgusting that Rake would not be doing well.
Oof, one of my worst memories, losing to Gorilla with my 2 units and a Gorilla with 2 illusions outperforming in the overtime.
We'll have to see how it goes this time, though. Web3, classic Web3 corner composition coming out here with the double Hyperforces here onto that Furiox. If this game goes long, it's going to be an absolute machine gun. They're focusing the Gorilla. The big damage here for the squad has fallen. Now it is all onto the Ranger, all up to the Jokal and this Monk here to try to have the damage possible to bust through this little makeshift bunker. But the Virtuous Links, this is why this thing's so damn contested. It just keeps things so healthy and topped off. And it's going to keep that little back corner alive nicely. Over 4,000 healing in that little corner.
Yeah, I was just watching Jonaquinho. He also lost there again, sitting at 23 HP. And here's the kicker. He hasn't gotten an Axon. So his Ranger is a Harbinger, but you're not able to use that. So he's really struggling to find his footing without the 3rd Atlas. He's just missing a 3rd Atlas. Who's holding them? He's got to be upset about this. You've got Lynx with the 3.
But why isn't he... Does he really just want Steam that back? Because he could be an Invoker, right? Like he could activate Invoker on the Sinnoh, which could be good, but I guess versus those rogues, his units don't live long enough to stack up Invoker stacks. He needs a Fire Scion unit to get Steam and Invoker online to fully utilize the Ranger.
And they're already heavily contested, right? I think there's already 2 or 3 Ferrioxes out there.
Yep. He could go also maybe even better for the Artes, which is not as squishy, not as vulnerable to the rogues.
You got the Umber.
Ooh.
Oh, here we go.
All right. That is looking good. What's with the Axon? Is he going to come in, or is he going to hold on to the 4 Scions? In my mind, you just remove that Fleece for the Axon and get Harbinger online, but we'll see what happens.
Or the Riptorus.
Yep. Riptorus, even a better call. Fighter is not even online. Like, Riptorus is providing not much in here compared to an Axon Harbinger. But we're gonna see how it goes. Riptor definitely doing a lot of damage on the Grockle. Here comes the laser! Just annihilating half of the team here on the right side. Umber as well, just doing so much damage. This is gonna be over before it even started. GG's. That's
We've seen this yesterday, and what I'm going to refer to as shotgun water, because you either win the round immediately, like within the first 10 seconds, or you just get kind of ousted. It happens so quickly.
Well, the Umber still almost 10k damage there. Did that laser look good? But I think we may have actually just witnessed the first cast of the Umber that popped off at the same time.
Yeah, beautiful.
That was devastating.
Yeah, because the Snuff on the other side just did not even get a chance, to even fire off, or it just fired his beam for like a split second and then immediately went down. Also, just really quickly for those that are just joining us, we are in game number 2 here of our best of 5. Not Complain from Team Hype is currently leading the charge, followed by Ariba, I'm Fishy, and Soda.
Yes, sir. It's looking good. So looking quickly at the augments here, we got Water Matrix, Scion Barrier, and Combat Rhythm for Jonaquinho right here. We're gonna watch the Umber do its work. Here comes the first cast. doing so much damage. Backed up by Sinov, finishing off these units. Here comes the next cast, killing another 1.5 units. And one more cast to finish off the job, I believe. It's gonna be a tough one, though. Those red units are not joking around. There is a Blotto, which does a decent amount of damage as well. Here comes the Blind. Takes down the Umber and takes down Joaquinho down to 6 health.
Wow.
Didn't believe that.
Oh,
Didn't think that was gonna
Joaquinho
happen.
he did just buy an ace, so he's gonna be able to get that Invoker Steam online. That might be what he's trying to go for, because that fight went long, and he wasn't getting any stacking effect there. That would have been a much better aces in line. Picked up a Squiz. That is Frost, not Fire. I think he may have made a mistake there, or he's going for an Mephisto. Not sure.
Yeah, still
Doesn't have much time to really think about it, though. 6 HP is not much time at all.
Yep.
But 6 Scions coming on through.
I guess he just wants the Squiz
Sure.
value over the Invoker that you have, because yeah, it's gonna be really good here for the Umber to have 6 Scion in either way with the Scion stack. So that's gonna give him immunity for 2 seconds when he's casting, which he doesn't really need.
Anybody.
Yeah.
If there's anybody that can bust a bunker, though, it is that Sinolf paired up with that Umber. And so far, so good. That beam just doing so much damage onto the healers, and the Umber is tearing up the rest. Squeeze is even in there, just trying to find a couple last hits, maybe to get a little extra burst damage. Getting the final blow this time. The 6 Scion was a good choice, bringing Squeeze onto the board. Coming in the clutch with the rest of the squad. Joaquinho lives.
Ooh, Lynx got knocked out. That's 3 more Sin Elves on the board. Axon and Scoriox is on the board back in the pile. I imagine the Scoriox is what John Aquino should be building. He gets a Scoriox, able to toss that in with his instead of the Squiz, and then he's able to get the Invoker out of that. But maybe he needs that Harbinger buff just to give him enough time. For Mud, though, if that Umber gets tapped by anything, it's going to lose a lot of its damage potential.
Yep, the Gorilla is gonna come in. It's gonna just one-shot that poor little Squiz here in the corner. We're gonna sacrifice this Octopus to the Illuvium gods. Goodbye. And it bought a little bit of time, 5 seconds here longer before this Gorilla goes over and just gets one-shot by the Umber cast, I believe, plus the other units. And very dominating victory here for
Wow. Oh my
John Aquino, and I'm a Fishy's out.
It was the Ranger that actually popped him. The Ranger was shooting for the Gorilla clone, but managed to clip the owner first.
Beautiful.
I think the poor gorilla, like the octopus, we were deep sea fishing that time apparently for gorillas, because they just baited it over, ate the Sinolf blast, ate the Umber, I believe or not the Umber, but ate the Ranger, just got completely popped, and that was a lot of damage off the board at that point.
Oh, I mean, Fishy got knocked out off that one. He just didn't get the Exalted Monk here. If he would have the Exalted Monk here, that could have made a significant boost with the 7 fighter, but just wasn't enough. John Aquino coming back from the dead with 6 HP. Can he do it all the way with Nariba with 62 HP still on the line and building a rogue comp that could potentially bust that little water comp up? We'll see.
We've seen him do this before, right? Do I believe right? He was one of these
Oh, yeah.
almost
This is like the
scripted looking
Joaquinho
players.
special right here.
Yes. We're gonna
It goes
see.
down to next to no health, finds some sort of composition, whether it be mud, whether it be water in this instance now, and they are able to ride it out all the way to the podium, if not win the whole dang lobby. It's impressive. Takes a lot of discipline to be able to pull this off, and how you don't panic in this situation. I could never play like that, so I absolutely respect the heck out of Joaquinho for playing like this.
And Not Complain, looking good. Secured that Virtuous Emberling, so he's got the stage 3. He's got 3 Aegis online. He's not going for Steam or anything. He's going for Toxic. And if he gets that Rye Plants, which he did, ooh, that is going to be a buffed up, or he's going to buff up the Forest. Either way, these could be pretty good against this water comp. Let's see who takes this away. John Aquino on the hot seat. Can he hold the line against Not Complain?
It's gonna
he got
be
the
a tough
Seer
one. He has the
online.
Seer, yes. So close to the Mammoth as well. Only needs one more. I would assume he ran out of money. Otherwise, he would be rolling for that. Here comes a bunch of repositions. It's all gonna be about this Blotto, about the Rye Plants, and about the Umber. Right plant's going over to the other side. Beautiful positioning. They're gonna snipe down the Riptorus of the enemy team. Maybe go into the Sinalf. So that's gonna be interesting. Umber here is gonna take down the Monk here. And yeah, green just seems like they're doing so much damage. But yeah, some of these Invoker casts can come out and just one-shot everything. It's not over yet. Umber is still alive. Sinalf gets one more laser out. It's not gonna be enough. Umber is gonna be the last Illuvial standing here. One more cast, and it's gonna be enough for Chonakinyu, holding on with 6 HP here in the finals of the IPL 1000.
If the Umber's the last thing alive, you still can't sleep on it. My goodness, like that Rip Lance tore through basically everything across the front line, took out the Sinalf like it was nobody's business, but the Umber was still wreaking havoc that entire time. Incredible.
Now there's a Mammoth versus Sota. Oof.
Yeah. Let's see, the Rose can pierce through. But the interesting thing was that because there were so many repositions, I don't think the Aegis buffs were actually stacking on the Rye Plants, because Rye Plants just got thrown on the far edge. So I think that was one of the reasons that it wasn't as successful. If he could have actually buffed the Rye Plants, it might have had enough health, they wouldn't have mattered.
Yep, and here he comes.
Somebody in this round is going down. Their Immutable Masters run here in game number 2 will be finished for the time being. Sinalf Blast's going to immediately take out that poor little Quinks in the corner with the help of the Umber. And now this is the snowball potential. The Umber is basically untouched. Rampite has to turn us around a little bit, and it's going to start things off by getting 2. But that Mammoth, it got like a 4 Luvial stun, and there is still so much damage on the table here. Jonakino is still going to keep the run going. Sota is going to fall here in 5th.
All right, we have our top 4. Chonakinyu battling his way back up with a win streak. You love to see it. And yeah, he has definitely a shot at taking everyone down, because this Umber is deadly with the 8 water just casting so many times, with the 6 Scion giving him so much Omega power as well. Really cool setup coming out here from Chonakinyu.
And he's going against another rogue comp. Doesn't even really have to reposition much because he just did it. And really, he's got to worry about the slashing, but I think an Umber can take out a slash in late game. We'll see how it plays out here.
Slashing and Vanguards. Whoop, little bug. Yep, the Vanguards are jumping into the backline here, going to work at the Harbingers, but they're holding on strong. Even the Ranger is tanking for quite a while, and that's all Chonakinyu needs. A little bit of time for this Umber to go crazy, and it looks like it's gonna be enough. It's just a Ranger against the world. Here comes one Umber cast. Ranger heals back up to full life. And here is gonna come the next Umber cast. Can he one-shot the Ranger? Yes, he can. That's gonna be it for now. Reba down to 24 health.
Oh, the showdown back against Not Complain. Look at that Aegis buff. All 3 of them buffing up that Rye Plants. Can he come in this time? Oh, Phosphorus online. If he swaps out that position, get the Phosphorus. Phosphorus is going to go super hyper against this air and water team. That could be disgusting.
I'm sorry, but this just looks like a face. The augments. I cannot unsee it.
At the last possible second, it looks like Not Complain was able to adjust the board appropriately to let that Phosphorus go absolutely Super Saiyan. We'll have to see if it tears through. One Omega cast basically just deleted some of the front line, and that Sinalf alongside the Umber, it took care of that big old gnarl in the back line. Umber is onto the Phosphorus. The Phosphorus absolutely deleted it. It's gone. The big damage. The doggy was the MVP. Well, it's gone now, and so is Jonakino.
I think Not Complain has secured his victory with that. Getting a Gnarl online. You also have the Blotto giving even more stats, going to buff that Forest or Phosphorus. And if he needs to, does anyone running Earth? I mean, you've got Web3 Gaming. He could always just decide to buff the Rye Plants instead. Rye Plants will go hyperactive, and that's going to be a really hard battle. Oh, and you know, Web3 is doing a bunker. Guess what? Phosphorus is going to just boom! It's going to snipe all the way through that whole pack.
That is a deadly Exodia looking team here from Not Complain with so many stage 3 units as we expected in Halcyon Sea with the extra credits per round. And you gotta know what your win conditions are, and then you gotta know what beats other people's win conditions, and I think Not Complain figured it out here with such a strong front line and such big damage dealers. It looks crazy. I still cannot unsee the clown above right plants. I love it. I love it.
I can't unsee it now. Thank you. Oh gosh, now this is kind of the one that we were worried about here for fans of Web3 gaming. In theory, this phosphorus, if it lines up beautifully, it can go through that entire bunker like it's nobody's business.
Yep, that's going to be a tough one. And we see already Web3 gaming spreading out here. He is a very experienced player, so he's not going to make it easy for Not Complain.
In this position, though, it's going to be terrible, actually. That Phosphorus is going to walk right along the side, going to go attack that Axon. The Axon, okay, he moved the Axon back. That's good. The Phosphorus could be shooting in a weird angle here. This is not looking good for Not Complain.
Yep, so let's see if he targets the Adoredo or if the positioning of Web3 Gaming was right. Yes, he's targeting the Goliath, but Goliath just goes down in 5 auto hits. Now he has a decent angle over here. Scoriox is attacking the Phosphorus, so that's as good as it gets for Web3 Gaming. Scoriox is still alive, holding on, getting rooted, takes down the Phosphorus. So that's really good. Now it's only the Mammoth and the Scoriox against the world and nothing left from the green side. That's gonna be it for Not Complain. Down to 2 health. Ola Nareba got knocked out, and we're gonna see a rematch of this fight in just a second.
Ooh. What can Not Complain even improve on his team? I don't see anywhere where he can really boost his power. He probably needs to just slam level and throw in maybe a door.
I feel like it's basically just off of positioning. That was a rather greedy positioning, I feel like, from Not Complain to try and go directly into like the Scoriox immediately. Maybe you just like have to accept and put the Phosphorus on the opposite side with your Aegises, accept that the Scoriox is probably going to get started and open fire, but at least you're not getting your Phosphorus open fired upon immediately.
You're very right, because with this you have a high risk that you're not going to hit it, and over here you're always going to shoot into the crowd. So Phosphorus would be nice to see. Yeah, repositioned over there. Not Complain realizes it.
He also slammed level 9. Got a Quinks in there also. That's going to be really disruptive. Break it down, break it down.
Oh, there we go. A beautiful line across the entire tank line from that Phosphorus. It is getting so much value with every single cast, but it is slowly but surely starting to get chipped away here by this magma. And now it's going on to the other side. It thankfully still has a Blotto here for backup. Scoriox is in a devastating position now. It's starting to splash onto these tanks, and with so much of the front line gone here from Not Complain, it might have been too little too late. There's not enough tank. There wasn't enough firepower here. That is going to be Web3 Gaming TV from Team Hype taking the win here in game number 2 of the Immutable Masters IPL 1000.
Wowie.
Tough. Like, that corner comp was dense. And really, he was activating 4 magma because he had the 4 singes in there, or the double singe. That just chips away. And really, Not Complain doesn't have any big heals other than that Virtuous Emberlings, and that's just not enough to really keep those units alive through that burn. Really, really close match, though. Fun one to watch for sure.
Yes, I am just looking through these drone augments and suits for the Rangers and the weapon enhancements and all these stuff, because these are some details that are very important, I think. So we got the Empath chip for Web3 Gaming, which is very interesting. I never go for that. I didn't think he would prioritize that, but maybe he didn't find something better instead.
Yeah. Great game, though.
GG's.
Yeah, being able to find it to maybe break one of those thresholds that you just get maybe that much more shield every couple of seconds. As someone just bunkering up and playing defense, that might be the difference maker in some of these rounds.
You might have also got it early on. I feel like Empath early on is pretty pretty strong, especially with a couple bulwark. If you get 3 bulwark, 2 empath, that's going to give you a good power spec for a while.
All right, let's do another trivia, another 5 LV for you guys. If you are the first to call out the Illuvial, you're gonna win 5 LV. Choose your platform of choice. I would recommend Twitch, and maybe second in line YouTube.
And of course, to confirm, if you were a past winner, you can't win twice, correct?
Exactly. If you are playing right now in the grand finals, you cannot win, and if you have already won, you can not win either. Thanks for reminding me. Let's go into the trivia screen right now. All right, this was our last one, the Greater Monk here, and now we're gonna go to the next one. I didn't make them too hard. Let's see who can guess it the first. We need the exact Illuvial with stage and everything. There it is. Another hand's coming out here. Guess the Illuvial. Guess who's... I don't know if you can call it a hand, but yeah.
Are we allowed to go? Are we allowed to guess?
Yeah, you guys are allowed to guess. I'm not telling you if you're right anyway.
I think it's Tibiriku, I think. Stage 3.
Well, that'd be different. Don't see that units too often. Starting to see some of these answers coming in. Some shoutouts to the Grokos.
Okay, I'm
Might
fooling
be.
the audience, viewers. You have no clue. You're far away from what it is, what it might be. Keep guessing. 5 LV on the line here. So that is, I don't know, maybe $80 or something, close to 100. Big prizes here being given out.
This could be so many things. I think you might have stumped everybody so far.
It could be a bunch. And once you see it, you will be like, ah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we got pretty close. I see one right answer. Let me just scroll up. You guys can stop now. We have our winner. I'm just going to confirm who it was and going to show you the reveal. There you
really?
go.
Okay.
Oh, what? It's ramping? Oh my gosh.
It is Ramp Fight, and I'm just scrolling
Fight,
down. And I think it was Terran. Please double check, guys, if I'm not tripping. The real
Chat moves
Terran.
so fast I can't scroll.
The real Terran. All right, I think we're soon gonna also add the Terran rule that team members can win, but I think this one goes out to Terran right here. Congratulations, 5 LV to TSG. And he's a G. Yes, sir. All right, we have 2 more of these coming up after the next 2 games. You can all win 5 LV if you're the fastest to answer. That one was hard. Yeah, give me my money.
The way
All
that
right.
it was cropped was perfect because you didn't have like any of the fire in the background.
Yeah.
Like, it was crafty positioning. Nicely done.
Yeah, we had Grokos, we had foes, we had all the answers in the chat. People are just spamming whatever Illuvial comes to their mind. But there is over 150 Illuvials, I believe. So there is definitely a lot of different people that could win it. Hey,
Do we happen to have an updated score, or are we not quite there yet?
actually, Terran is saying double it and give it to the next guy. That is very generous. Thank you. And next person is going to
Very
win
nice.
10 LV instead. Wowie.
Sweet.
Sorry for
Very nice.
calling
Thank
you
you,
out.
Darren.
I kind of put you on the spot, so you had to give it away. That is rough, but so nice of Terran. Thank you. Thank you. Why does he have so big arms? Yeah, right. I never noticed that about him, right? It is pretty huge.
I mean, he does have a pretty strong base damage attack, you know, so he must be like slapping people with his big ass hands.
There we go. There we go. All right. Let's see if we can pull up the semifinal score. No, actually the final score. Since we are in the grand finals of the Immutable Masters here. Give me a second and we should have those score in a bit. This was game number 2, right? So We have
Okay, so
here the scores
Not
of the
updated
first
yet.
game still. Just a reminder.
yeah, so this is where things kind of get shaken up a little bit because Web3 didn't have a very great first game.
Mhm.
Now they're going to be shooting up the board,
Yep.
and then
Nocturne looking really good in first place.
Yeah, he's going to be at 15
Absolutely.
points now, right?
Yeah.
Also shout out to, well, let's do a quick refresh. Oh no, right, the platform broke. We will have to figure something out and get the scores differently. That's why we had our technical difficulties. All right, I forgot.
ah,
Yeah, we'll get that scoreboard to you sooner or later. Actually, let's go in another quick 2-3 minute break. We're gonna figure that out and gonna be right back with the scores. Go nowhere. Best of 5 has just been started. We're 2 matches in. We have 3 more to go to crown our champion in the Immutable Masters IPL 1000 here with $20,000 on the line. And we will see you in just a bit. Hello and welcome back to the IPL 1000 presented by Immutable X. We are ready to jump into the next game in just a minute, but we're going to check out the scores quickly before we do that. So let's see who is leading right now the charge after 2 games in this best of 5.
I mean, no surprise really here the way this one's starting off. Not complaining, a very consistent first 2 games. Winning one, getting second in the other. Doesn't get much better than that, with Nariba short the following second. Web3 Gaming TV, after winning that one, making up for the 5th in the first game, getting into the top 3, followed up by Soda. Then
Yes.
I'm Fishy, Jonakino, Alnert, and Lynx.
Yeah, we see a pretty big gap between the podium and 4th place. Soda's going to have to make some big changes. I'm a Fishy also to be able to make it into the top 4. They have 3 more games, so there could be major disruptions all along the line. Even Lynx could potentially come back with a 3-win streak, potential to get back into first place. But honestly, two 8th places has got to feel pretty rough. He may just already be mentally checking out of that and maybe focused more on just trying to get a higher placement, get a bigger prize pool. 5th place is still, a good pot, and if you can just even go up 1 rank, it's going to be significant. So it'll be interesting to see how these players are going to keep playing. Are they just going to start trying to pick each other off in different ways? Really, really interesting on how people think of their strategy.
Yes, it is really cool to see. And like you say, we still have 3 games ahead of us, so anything can happen. But we definitely can see Not Complain, Nareba, and Web3 Gaming are by far the most consistent competitors so far. But let's see, there is a lot more to come. We are not even at the halfway point. We're going to be there at the middle of the next match. And yeah, shout out also to our people in the bottom. You guys are in the top 8 of all of the Illuvium players, because I'm sure every single one was competing for this one. The IPL 1000, the biggest tournament yet, I think, with $20,000 on the line. So that is just huge. So even if you got last, don't be too hard on yourself. You didn't went out last. You went 8 out of 64 out of 1,000 who competed in the full thing.
And over a period of like 3 days, like tens of different games, being consistent from then till now. Yeah, it's really impressive. I mean, none of us have made it, so we're just on the caster desk right now. So great work, everyone.
All right, players are loading into the game, and we are gonna join them in just a second. I think they have started they knocked out the first few PvE rounds, and we're gonna see how it goes. So guys, I know you're a little bit biased, but who's your favorite? Let's say all right, now you just pick who you want. I'm rooting for Alnert. Still, he's the homie. How are you guys feeling about it?
Okay. Do I do this for the 2nd week in a row?
And choke him?
Do it.
I almost feel...
Prove the theory.
All right, Fishy. Let's see. Please break my commentator's curse and take it all the way here. Because, I mean, again, they're one of those players that are always up in the top 4 at the end of every single IPL that they make the grand finals for. But something always happens that they're just a touch short. I want to see this be the day that they break that streak. They break my commentator's curse streak, as I now see them at the bottom of the lobby with 90 health. Okay, no.
And that's at round 4.
I'm sorry, Fishy.
How did it happen so fast? 10 HP right away off the bat.
I am loving seeing all the hype team in here. Hype squad, getting it good. So it's hard to choose between the hype gang. But, honestly, Web3 Gaming is still, I called him last week. I think he's being consistent. He just showed he could win last match. I'm going to stick with Web3 Gaming. Come on. Represent, Australia and the hype squad in Illuvium.
Right on. You're right in line with also Rich. I've seen him multiple times say that Web3 Gaming is going to take it all. He did last round. So definitely a good bet there. And big shout out to Web3 Gaming, because he is one of the only people in here who is actually at a huge disadvantage time zone wise. I know yesterday he was playing all night, literally, like from midnight till 8 a.m. in the morning or something. And yeah, today again.
Pure dedication. You love to see it.
Yes, sir. Performing at such a high level with a really bad sleep schedule because we had to pick one time right. One time zone was gonna lose out, so we focused on Europe and US because these are our biggest audiences right now. With US, I mean like the whole of America, right? Brazil is also in line with that. Okay, Soto sitting in top right now. Good for him.
Yeah, the region this time, we got Taiga Boreal. All drone augments are stage 2. Honestly, like this is one of those regions I just do not like. It's just, you get stage 2 augments. It's pretty,
it's
like,
too boring, right?
You have to
tame,
have,
that's for sure.
yeah, you have to have the more simple ones so that the other extreme ones seem more fun, you know? And I'm sure these competitive players actually may like these more. It reduces the RNG, puts more focus on being able to understand how the pool works, understand how positioning, and what are the best comps. So we'll definitely see that today. But maybe it's time to go over the weapons. I see some new ones we haven't seen this tournament yet.
Yes, sir. I'm just gonna run them through real fast. Nature Ampath here for Nareba. We got Jonakinyo on Fire Scion, Alnerd on Air Fighter, Amafishi on the infamous Shadow Maul Earth Empath, Not Complain on the Ripple Flail, Water Bulwark, Sota again on the Vinebound Cleaver. He got back to his roots. Web3 Gaming on the Nature Scion Rod. First appearance today in these finals, and then another Vinebound Cleaver coming out for Lynx right here.
Yeah, I mean, that Nature Scion, the Emberling Rod, it can pop. It can do some serious damage. I also do want to point out Carousel's got 2 water chips. That could be very interesting for some of these water comps, or just for, who is it? Not Complain could get a water chip out of this, and he is in line. He could get a cling with it, and he's going for it. Oh, no, he's not. He went for the wink. Okay, not as impressive as I thought it was going to be. But... seeing a water chip, like 8 water is a viable in-game comp. It can be. And if you get a Ripple Flail, like it seems like a pretty good thing to go for.
That's crazy to me. There is a Cling, 3 cost with water chips, last unit left alive on the carousel. Like, first of all, a little bit weird that Alnerd went for the one cost, but I guess he's fishing for the Ray already. Sometimes you prioritize the units that you need over that little extra gold. But I would say, like, any affinity is worth going for it over a composite, especially early on, but maybe I'm just wrong there.
Yeah, don't know.
And to go back to what Caveman was saying about the Emberling Rod that we see here with Web3 Gaming, I know I personally love this thing, but it is so inconsistent. There's so many times I feel like the C just doesn't go off, because it fires it off at a target, but it has to like kind of delay for a little bit, then it does a big old explosion in a pretty decent sized area. It can really shred a bunker composition. We'll see it right here, right now. That's a Cardalox just immediately like popping that and the Lynx down to like half. But there's so many times that it feels like that just does not actually get the opportunity to activate. And you just miss your opportunity. So I'm curious to see how the RNG will kind of fall into Web3's favor as they unfortunately lose that one rather convincingly.
I was going to say the same thing. And the thing is, also any root or charm, even if you've already casted, it cancels the cast. It won't actually bloom. So it's like a full channel. You have to send out the seed, and then that whole time you're like, trying to summon this explosion, and then if you get disrupted, it's game over, because then that doesn't burst, and that's like all your damage. So it's kind of a tough one. It's an all or nothing. It either explodes and then all of their health disappears, or you get charmed or rooted, and then it just totally whiffs.
Lynx?
I also want to point out that...
Oh, no.
Okay.
I was just going to say, Lynx now sitting in the top on a win streak. I love to see it. Little comeback here happening. I'm wishing him all the best.
We'll be fighting Sota for those rogues. They're both at the top right there. He's got a nice win streak, though. That's going to be feeling it pretty good for him, though.
Going up versus the Granite here. Versus the Earth. So Earth is going hyperactive, but it might not matter since the rogues just are bursting through these 5 Earth units here faster than they can hold it up. This Rocco is holding the line pretty good here. Doesn't seem to be getting any damage with those 2 augments, but two rogues have found, or at least Tiro has found the way onto the backline damage, which will be enough to take down the red side right here. I'm a fishy.
Gotta take a moment to look at everyone's paws real quick, just to make sure I'm ready for the next trivia.
Yeah, seriously.
Look at the hands, guys. That's where the money is. Yeah. Always love to zoom in on those illuvials. I've turned up my graphics for the stream. My laptop is melting right now, but it's better than it used to be. Like, I've noticed over the last few months, my laptop can handle more and more Illuvium, which is really cool to see performance improvement still going up.
Yeah, looks good and running smooth now going into this battle here. Revel got some pretty decent damage onto the group off on the right-hand side, but it is going to be melted down. And Lynx, again, like you had mentioned before, had a rough first two games, but now the win streak is absolutely on fire. Let's see if they can turn it around here.
That Ranger was surviving with like 1 HP the entire time, managed to take damage of 2,400, and then also dealt 2,400, doing an effective like 5k. Very, very efficient use there, and healed up another 400. Well done. Way to survive. Shields and heals, baby. Shields and heals.
Shields and heals, baby. Yep. It sounds like this is a established term. You got me there. So yeah, let's declare Lynx as our first King of the Hill of this third game in the best of 5 here. We're gonna see him later. I wish him all the luck to hold on to his win streak, because everybody loves an underdog story. And yeah, he definitely is better than he has been showing so far. Maybe the nerfs getting to him a little bit. Maybe the RNG hitting him in a bad way. But yeah, someone that has... It's all flipped around. Nareba is currently our leader, or at least in the top 3. And he is currently sitting at the bottom, which can be a good thing if you're going for a win streak. Lose streak, sorry.
This team, though, coming up here from Nareba is a little bit awkward, though. You have that empath nature staff, but you're not near anything to actually shield it, so it's kind of missing out on a lot of the value that you picked that weapon here for. But at least you do got the wildfire proc kind of going as of this moment. Do you have anything really to synergize with, though? No, does not really look like it. And a very, very even battle. Even still, though, Alnert is unfortunately all the way down to just the Ranger and then the Revo. Revo is going to be able to take care of the Lynx, but it is now firing onto the Ranger, who can just shield himself. I guess just shielding yourself alongside your Tipo is all you need, and that's going to be the win here for Nareba.
Yeah, Nareba hit level 6 there too, giving him that extra unit. Alert was only level 5, but you were pointing out that his positioning was just not very helpful. And if you look at his weapon, he also gave it the Omega's attack speed is increased from 10 to 20%. It wasn't actually giving that to anyone else but the Atipo, which really doesn't give that much value. So a little bit better positioning could be interesting. But this is exactly what I was talking about with the Virtuous Ember Lynx. You can do the same thing with a Fire Atipo and get that Wildfire, and I think that's where he's going to be going with this Elderwood Stave, doing a very tanky Wildfire comp. He's got one Cling on the board, or not Cling, Heady on standby, so hopefully he will get that Wildfire pretty soon, and then go for that Fernite and potentially get 3 Wildfire going pretty quickly here.
Yep. Now I'm gonna be curious if he's also gonna go for a Chukundi. I don't think so. He's already level 6, so it's gonna be hard to find so many copies of it. Plus, they are pretty contested by the rogue players who have already Predator online. At least Sota does.
I don't know if it's just me personally too, but I feel like Wildfire almost does nothing. Anytime that I personally try to go for it, I am out by 7th or 6th place. Yes, you can absolutely say skill issue. I will accept that as an answer. But I tell you what, like I can get 3 or 4 Wildfire, think that I'm doing just fine, and just get completely melted anyway. I don't know if that's just me though.
I do have a similar experience, I must say. It always seems to completely destroy me, but when I play it, it doesn't have the same effect. But yeah, I do think it's in both our cases a skill issue.
On to our next battle here. Sota is trying to hold the line here with this Ramfy. Did a little bit of decent damage, but the 7 Earth with the Granite as well is doing a fantastic job of just staying alive here. There's a lot of reflective damage being done. Ramfy could very well try and turn this around. Can this Omega get the job done? But again, you're going into Earth, and they tanked that very, very nicely. There's a lot of shields coming out here, thanks to that augment at the last possible second, getting both of them. So the Ramfy stays alive for so much longer than it should have, but it's still going to go down anyway. Soda is going to take some damage.
Lynx still holding on to his win streak, looking very good there. So Sota losing his win streak is going to kind of set him back because they're both fighting over the same units. They both have that nature cleaver. We'll see how Sota, pivots to be able to counter Lynx there.
Yep. And yeah, Lynx has found everything already. He has the stage 2 Stabbin as his main carry with 3 augments. We got already the Twine online, which gives the Ranger Verdant. It's already Vanguard as well, which is activated through the Stabbin. So we have a very solid mid-game rogue composition here for Lynx coming out. And I do believe he will stay on that win streak for quite some time.
Look at the double Lynx ready to catch these rogues in the back line, but the last minute positioning here means they're only going to end up catching this Ramfy and the Lura. So it's going to allow for that stabbing off in the very, very top to just open fire on the front line rather safely. Takes care of 2. This Kukulus is not going to be long for this world either. Ranger goes down. Now the Ramfy fires off its Omega, but it wasn't even needed. Unfortunately here for Jonakino, in a very, very similar situation that we see time and time again for them. They're falling down the board early. I'm just waiting for that turnaround.
He's going for an Enchanter, trying to finish off the Lynx, and it is a Water Lynx. So he's still trying to go for 8 water. I'm curious why he didn't go for a chip. If he is going to push water hard here. I mean, he does have 2 air units with the Mamu and the Kukulus, but a water chip on an Enchanter Kukulus, that could be pretty nasty.
Yep.
Now, at least personally, I don't see Enchanter at all. Would you actually be able to let me know what this actually does here?
Yes, they heal all allies for a percentage of their max health when they cast, and then they deal pure damage around them of all these shielded allies. So in theory, a very strong trait. The problem is, I think it's just a little bit underpowered right now. It used to be very strong, and maybe it just doesn't do enough damage. But yeah, we don't see it, especially not in the late game, maybe in the early game, because you can get enchanted very fast with Kukulus, like we see right here. But yeah, usually it falls off quite harshly.
Would you say underpowered in regards to the effect or in regards to the alluvials it's attached to?
Probably the effect. I think Kukulus is a very strong unit, especially it can counter so many units, like a slash and like those single target big carries. When it stuns them and focuses them, that can be a huge counter to many of these, for example, rogue compositions here.
And getting Tempest with your Mammut is pretty effective. And then you give a Chronos thing to the Kukulus, and it can start whacking away quite effectively.
Yeah. But we do see it in some winning compositions. Lynx is going to be taken down here by Sota, actually. So the quick rematch coming out, and Sota taking revenge. And yeah, they're going to be fighting hard for the top. I'm going to be curious when they're going to start rolling. It's got to be soon. Talking about rolling, we got Alnerd here trying to get the Mud online. And he has already the hardest unit to find. He already found it. Exalted Monk here on the board. So now there's only a Gorilla and a Apon left for him to find.
Would definitely be terrifying because, yeah, that would be 4 Mud on the board. The full stats transition effect. And we do see, I think, the rolling coming on through right now.
We'll
see if we can end up snagging it.
He needs 1 more Chuko, 1 more Apon, and 2 more Gorillas. So he's very close, and I'm very sure he will find it sooner or later, so that's going to be interesting to see. I always love watching Mud. It's such a fun composition to watch or play because it's so much damage and just raw power. And we see them jump here into the backline, and those rogues are in for a bad time. Chukwal goes down instantly, and they are in the circle of death, surrounded by fighters. And now everything else will fall very shortly. The Monkey here trying its best, but the Riptor is already hyperactive, doing a lot of damage. Actually, doing a big job there. And now it's just the Ranger left to arrive versus the Arcos. Is likely gonna be enough.
Ranger.
Oh my god.
Holy smokes, right down to the last second.
Never mind me. The monk here really surprised me here with I think it was a Berserker which just gave him a big boost at the end. I'm not sure.
Yep. That's an Exalted Appa now on the board.
Oh.
And his second, it might have even been, you know, the combo of Berserker and his Omega. So every 6 attacks, he probably just did a clap. Goodbye, Riptorus.
Goodbye.
And the thing is, he's also hitting a Riptorus, so that's a lot of stats you get to steal from both Omega and that physical attack damage you get from it. 131 base damage. That is pretty significant.
Yep. Nareba down to 24 health, man. The game got really fast. That is crazy. There is...
Does have 3...
Yeah.
Good.
There is... well... There is no gold left in his bank, I would say, because now he has to really push it. You cannot lose another round. You have to put it all up. We see him rolling right now. So what is he going for, you think?
He's level 8. He's going for probably a Fur Knight and a Twine. You got a Furiox online. I mean, he's going for a Templar build. He's got the triple Templar. When you do that Elderwood staff going, Templar makes it very effective if you can be very tanky, hold the line, and just make this infinitely scaling team. But not complaining. He's got this Forest, and the Forest is going to come in, and it's going to be having a nice lane, I imagine.
Absolutely. In theory, that Furiox and that Fur Knight might not be safe, but they have to tear through that tank line first. And where's the Furiox going? It's going directly towards the Crunk on the left-hand side. Going to be blinded up for just a split second as it just ends up stalling out this entire green side here for Nareba. And that Forest has just been able to go open fire on everything in the meantime. The front line is down. It is basically down to the bunker here, but that's a lot of low health bars. There is the wildfire. It is chipping away slowly, but they're onto your carries. What comes first, the firepower or the healing on the green or the red side? And it is going to be Nareba hanging in here. The back line able to stay alive, thanks especially to that Ranger with that shielding weapon.
I was looking at it, the Furiox had over 90 physical and energy resist. It was becoming a very tanky unit right before the end of that fight. So even if you got to it, it'd be basically trying to chew through a tank.
Yeah, what does Crunk have right now? 70, 75? That is crazy. Every free attack Templar steal attack damage and resistances from the target, sharing them with the lowest attack damage and resistance allies. So I think it's a very consistent, very consistent synergy right here. Always buffing the units that need it most, kind of.
It might not matter, though, if the round just gets bursted and done extremely quickly, which what we could see here with Jonakino coming up.
Yeah, we got the Sinalf in the enemy team, so that's going to be dangerous for the Ranger and probably the Arcos in the first cast. And also a Fleech is going to come through. So here the double water laser doing half of the health, but everybody is healing back. So far, so good for the green side. Rake right here stuck on the tree, on the twine. We got a little throwback. The Lynx is back in the front line, though, and it seems pretty good for Jonakino. He's holding on. Actually, no. Nareba is holding on. Jonakino takes a hit down to 18 health. And this is looking dire for the bottom here.
Is it crazy that I still don't think that Jonakino is threatened right now? I'm just so used to seeing them there. It's like, okay,
he's cruising.
Just gonna wait for it. This is the moment where the switch gets flipped and then they all of a sudden end up third or something like that.
All right, let's watch him. Let's see the magic happen.
I think this is another case where he didn't get the Axon. If you don't get the Axon in a pure water comp, it is really tough. You need that Harbinger just for the early defense. I mean, he went for the Hydralinks. He got it, but he couldn't get the Axon. It seems very strange, and it's going to be really tough to survive. So does Rogue comp coming into the backline.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely scary. Not only do you got that stab in, but you got that the ramp fight with a bunch of Omega power attached to it and the emergency shield if needed. But it's a big cast coming out here from the Sinolf. It took care of majority of the rogues. Now it's just a matter of trying to get to the damage here on the green side. But the rogue and the Revo, everybody is doing a fantastic job. That's a tanky Lynx, but it's still going to get chewed through. One more cast from the Sinolf is not going to save it. Jonakino going to take some heat once again here. And are they still in the game? Still, just barely, but they got to play perfectly from now on.
Nariba also on the fence, 9 HP left, cannot find his footing either. It's gonna be a close one. Which one are we gonna watch? Jonakino or Nariba?
I'm happy we can give Nariba some time as well, since we just watched Jonakino. And he's gonna go up versus Web3 Gaming, so everybody is gonna throw out their money. They both don't wanna lose right here, because Nariba will be out and Web3 Gaming might even be knocked out if he loses right here.
It'd have to be a bad loss, but I'm sure it's absolutely doable. But a lot riding onto this one here for Nariba. It really needs these double Fur Knights to come in clutch.
Yes, and they are positioned not... Well, the enemy positioning is really good, because those will be casting one time to the Quinks and one time to the Ador on the other side. And in the meantime, all these tanks in the front line are going down. The red side is hyperactive, as we can see, and this is just so strong and so important for them. And yeah, no chance here for Nariba. He will be going down, maybe in 7th place, maybe in 8th place, but he's definitely out in game number 3 here in the best of 5 after having such a good performance in the first 2 games. And Jonakino is
lived.
holding on.
That has got to hurt, getting in 8th place there after performing fairly well in the first 2 games. You know, he went for that staff. Maybe he was like, I can do something different. And it just didn't seem to quite hit. Really, really unfortunate. I'm really thinking that the Magma, that Web3 Gaming, he really values that. Maybe there's something there. Like, Magma is just really, really doing well for him. And we'll see if that continues on to the rest of this match.
Yep. He has been winning a bunch with his Magma compositions in Leviathan, in the IPL as well. He's been the star in competitive Illuvium for the last few weeks, I believe. So definitely someone to study and see how he does it. But all these other players are performing really well as well. Soto with his trusted rogues already found a slash in. That's cool to see. And then we got I'm a Fishy on the win streak with 7 Earth, 3 Granite.
To throw it back to something that actually Web3, I think, said in an interview in one of the past IPLs, but they specifically took into account that the time zone doesn't necessarily favor them. And he said something along the lines of, like, I cater my strategy because I know the time zone is rough, that I'm going to probably be tired. I need something with the least amount of micromanagement that I could possibly want, or the least amount of micromanagement that possible. So they've opted to really become an expert at, like, Magma Bunker-esque kind of compositions. And it's been doing rather well so far here in this tournament. A little bit rough here in our 3rd game, but could still absolutely bring it home. Especially now that they picked up that Scoriox.
I'm looking at Jonakino. He might be knocked out this round. He did get into 8 water, 2 steam, looking pretty good. He's 1 bulwark up from 5. He just did a pretty massive roll down. He's trying to get the Umber online. I don't think he's getting it, though. He got the Axe on. There we go, locking in Harbinger. That's in Riptorus. Big final push. Will it be enough to survive? I'm a Fishy.
That's going to be an interesting fight. We see the Foros is going to be the main damage dealer, but it's also going to get focused already down to half health, almost dead. And that is a bad positioning from the red side here. All the green units are hyperactive, are glowing shiny and brightly. And the carries here in the backline are well protected. The Ranger is dealing with the Lulura, but the main carry, besides the Rake, the Sinalf, is in the back firing away. And the Rake is just having a good time here in the backline as well. And that's going to be it for Amafishi with his win streak down to 22 health. And Jonakino holds on, not complaining now at 2 HP.
Oh, and if we look at Jonakino's drone hog mints, it is meant for a dog. You have the ultimate amount of Omni Vamp there. If you want to re-heal, all you got to do is cast, and you're going to be at full HP every single time. And he's 1 away from getting Umber online. And it doesn't look like he's going to get it. I think he's out of gold. Going up against the lobby leader. Will Gianakino survive? Oh, this is going to be so stressful. One away from your win condition, and you can't get it. Not Complain also looking really scary.
Let's check
Doesn't
out
even have
Not
a right
Complain,
place.
because Gianakino luckily is against the Ghost. So let's see how Not Complain does here in this fight versus Allnerd. Also on 16 HP.
This very well could be either player getting eliminated, especially if Allnerd goes down rather convincingly. But of course, I believe with these fighters, can they get the job done? So far, they're absolutely shredding through this front line. That Exalted Monk here is going nuts with the Riptor as well as the Gorilla. But granted, the Gorilla is going to end up falling. Riptorus is going to have a little bit of a face-off. Green one wins. There goes the Monk here. And there it goes. Allnerd's going to end up falling. Gianakino also falling. So a big, big shot for two of our players here. Not Complain hanging on.
What happened? What happened? Allnerd had 4 mud. But what does Not Complain have that made him so survivable? A Forest and 2 Aegis? That is the difference? I'm not seeing the... Not Complain was level 8. Oh, Web3 Gaming also just got knocked out.
Wow, we have our top 4. That is crazy. Okay, a quick recap what happened. Allnerd lost barely to Not Complain. We gotta watch the replay. If we have it, then Web3 Gaming got knocked out with 0 HP. We got Gianakino falling as well to the Ghost of Lynx. And Lynx, in the meantime, lost his match as well. Lost his win streak to someone else. I'm not sure who, but... Oof, it's gonna be an interesting third game here.
Oh my lord. Okay, so now...
Not
who we got
Complain, let's
here?
watch him.
Not Complain. And Sota. The Rogues versus this tanky Blotto. This thing is about as beefy as it could get. 3 tank augments. Where's the blind? Comes out. Here comes the Omega power here from this ramp fight. It's going to take care of the Twine, but that is about it. But on the right-hand side, Riptorus is just having a Sunday stroll, apparently. Has not been able to really attack for the last little bit. And now it's finally onto the Ranger. As the Ranger gets its Omega, though, it does end up falling here. Sota is going to end up falling. Not eliminated, but as soon as that Riptorus gets to come into play, or not even necessary here, the Goliaths are just going to take care of it themselves. Soda's still in this game, but Not Complain, not going down yet either.
Okay, let us quickly check out this... Ah, shit, it got overwritten. Ah, sorry. Let's go back to live. We have to watch it in a clip. By the way, guys, follow Illuvium on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch, on Facebook, wherever you want to do it. Illuvium is there to bring you the best auto battler action in the business. And we're bringing out a lot of clips from these IPL tournaments, so there's a lot of good stuff coming out.
Okay, looks like Not Complain still hanging on here. Let's see if they can keep themselves in the game. You're up against this red heavy Earth style, but with that Forest. The Forest does have that little emergency button augment in case it does get taken down. The Riptorus here for the side of Not Complain has just been essentially soloing the Lura, keeping it out of the fight for quite a while, but it has gotten the opportunity to wind up with that with its attack speed, but it does get taken down by the Tianti, which means it should just be free reign. Not Complain, their podium streak might very well end right here, depending on how the other matches go. And as soon as they tear through this Blotto, tear through this Ranger, the Forest is just having fun wailing away. And that will be the elimination here. Not Complain, gonna fall in 4th.
Yeah, I'm a Fishy's looking quite well. 3 Mystic online with a 7 Earth, very tanky in this Taiga. You know, you don't even need 4 Mystic to be in a good position for that. Sota with his Rogues, that's going to be tough for him to jump back with the 3 Granite. That's going to be so much time. And those augments on that Goliath, for those first 6 seconds, it is going to be a huge monster. And if...
Oh, jeez.
4.5 seconds of that is just invulnerable. You're not going to even get to his base health bar until easily after 6 seconds. And then he just becomes a hyper tank with resistances of 125 and 105. That is going to be hard to chew through.
And on top of that, those augments also give mitigation. So you get another 30 mitigation on top.
Shoot, yeah.
on top of the already 40 mitigation, so that's 70, and then 7 Earth units reflect 100% of the mitigation as physical damage, so it's a perfect storm here for the 7 Earth 3 Granite.
That's the strategies, the mitigation on there. That's probably more valuable than the base shield, because the shield's kind of wasted. I don't even think people will burn through that in the first 6 seconds. And it's really the mitigation and the base stats and bonus resistances.
For anyone who doesn't know, mitigation means flat damage reduction. That means if you have 70 mitigation and someone does 70 damage, there is 0 coming through. So it really disables small instances of damage, for example, a Synalph laser and stuff like this. And on the opposite side of that is physical and is resistances, which is a percentage damage reduction, which helps you against any kind of damage a little bit more.
So
Really
who's
interesting.
Link's going up against, though, possible elimination if they can't pull it out.
They're going against I'm a Fishy. And it's
Oh,
very
geez.
interesting to see 2 rogue comps still surviving. Soda did get the slash in and the Malura, so it's going to be really tough for Lynx. I am thinking Lynx is at the bottom of the bracket here.
Yes, sir. And we're going to see what's going to happen. This is going to be a tough fight. Anyone's game at this point. We see in the left back side corner here, the Forus going up against the Rogues. Is it going to be enough? Are they going to be able to kill it? No, Forus holding on strong. Here comes the Ramfight Omega, dealing a bunch of damage, but now getting stunned from the Monk here. And now everybody's collapsing on those last standing Rogue units for the green side. One more Ramfight Omega coming through, but it's not going to be enough. And that's going to be it for Fishy. Surely going to take 22 damage right here. And it's going to be Lynx versus Sota no, the other way around. Fishy takes down Lynx. And it's going to be Sota versus Fishy in the final match here.
It's a perfect storm. I just looked at Fishy's augments, and that is where he's winning. He has the mitigation. He has health regen and the 25% health on after 10 seconds. That Goliath was actually trying to take some health, and it regen back to full. Those rogues just killed themselves. Like, I don't think there was actually that much damage other than just the pure earth sending it back at it. And now I'm looking at Soda. Can Soda survive? Soda doesn't have any Omnivab. I don't think that there's going to be a chance either. I think Fishy has this locked in.
I'm also surprised how Sota got... Yeah, no, it's looking pretty decent. Fishy took the Rogue emblem as well. I don't know if he's going to use it on something. I think he just took it away from Sota. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight. Let's see it.
Oh, he does have Verdant. We'll see how that procs.
Here we go. Double jump scare. They actually gave the Lure a dive buddy here with the little baby monk here. We'll have to see as it tries to mess with the Forest just a little bit longer. That's going to be the Ramfight coming on through right on top of this Goliath, but the Goliath is standing tall. It feels like it's barely taking any damage at all. It finally gets focused down. It's finally going to end up falling, but for what cost? Is it enough time? It actually looks like the slash in here once again is going to come in clutch. Sota, is that enough to win the entire game? I do not think so. Oh, it is actually enough. Sota from Team Hype is going to win game number 3 here of our Immutable Masters IPL 1000.
Oh, I ate my words there. The earth didn't matter because the last second I saw that he had Verdant, and Verdant was able to heal up all that damage they were doing themselves. And the thing is, 3 Vanguard, those Goliaths become very squishy when you're doing a % of their health every time that they get a crit. So yeah, that was a quick chew through those Goliaths, even though they were massive beetles. Crazy game. Well done, Soda. And he was under level. He was only level 7. And he was level 8.
That was crazy. We do have a little replay right here, just to...
Oh, good.
Just to see what happens. Actually, that's an old one. I'm sorry.
I'm just happy because at least I didn't... Oh, I didn't jinx Fishy this time. I'll take a second.
Yep, we had a little one there coming in at the end. Yep, Fishy taking it. Really cool to see. The points are being updated right now. We're going to have them in a second. And while we're waiting, we're going to do one more trivia. So I think there's even 2 more trivias, but we're gonna have one trivia right now. It's gonna be another case of find the Illuvial that belongs to this hand. It's not this one, that's the ramp fight. Choose your favorite platform. I think the fastest one is Twitch, but you do you guys. I need the name of the full Illuvial. I think this one is gonna be a pretty easy one compared to the one before, but let's see it. Good luck, everyone. There it is. There is the hands. And this is going to be another 5 LV going to one of you guys, whoever can be the first one to name the hand. Let's go, guys. At least I think it's an easy one. It's hard to say from my perspective.
You said that last time, but it had a stub. So I mean,
the last one is going to be super easy. So that I know for sure. But this one, yeah, there's a lot of units that can have a hand like this, right? What are your guys' ideas? What are your guys' thoughts about this?
I'm looking at the scoreboard right now.
Okay.
I have not seen the image. I'm just thinking that, you know, how we were talking about how I'm a Fishy and Soda needed to make some changes because they're both at 9 points. Well, they were the first and second place there. That was exactly what they needed to really get back into the podium. Really, really excited to see how these points add up. But this hand, I'm going to just send it. Let's go with Flare.
There, yeah, that's pretty close. What we got? Archie, Grocko, Choton, nope. Malora, Flare, Grotto. Nope, not yet. All right, let's give a tip because we don't have too much time. I guess it's, we're getting close. Wait. Almost. Somebody had it. Almost. They set the stage. Are you kidding me? It was TSG again, but then right after him, there is Haas. Ola Haas, I think, is that with the Ray Lu. Look at that, guys. Ray Lu coming out right here.
What?
Oh my goodness.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Ray Lu with the hand. Good job, everyone. Let's go. So that is Haas on YouTube. Please reach out to me in DMs to secure your prize. You win actually 10 LV. I forgot about that. Because TSG doubled it and sent it over to the next person, which is you. And then TSG wins the next round again. So, again, thank you for the generosity, GST. And big shout out to Haas winning this round.
Congrats.
And we're going over to the scores. And I'm going to let you take this, Caveman.
Yeah, so now we've got Not Complain sitting still pretty at first place with 20 points, 3 points advantage there. That's got to feel really good. Sota doing a massive flip, getting bumped up all the way to second place. That's got to feel really good. He needed that win. That really does secure him back in this tournament. I'm a Fishy, same thing, moving up to third place. Web3 Gaming fell quite a bit there, only getting 4 points. That's gotta hurt. He's got to do something serious to get back in there. And Nariba getting a last place there. Devastating loss there. Yeah, he's definitely going to be looking to come back from that. John Aquino also really struggling to find his footing. We do see that Lynx managed to get some points, pushed himself up to 7th place, getting out of that double loss. He managed to break whatever that mental barrier was, and he's pushing forward, leaving Alnert in 8th place, but he does have a chance to keep bringing it back up because they are tied currently, but Lynx did have the latest win, so that's why he's currently in 7th over 8th. So we'll see how they battle the rest of these last 2 matches.
Yes.
Want to see me trigger Paz with just one word?
Sure.
Hype.
Yeah, that was 4 words.
Hype top 4 right now.
That was 4 words.
Right, but that's the one word over and over again is what I mean. But just hype all over the top 4 as of right now.
Oh, yes.
But,
all the 4 hype players are in the top 4. That is crazy to see. I'm very excited for them. That is really cool. And I want to point out something, that we have some really interesting matches here against the players, because we have, for example, Alnert, Lynx, and John Aquino at pretty much the same points here in the bottom 3. So they're going to be battling it out for 6th or 5th position. And then we have Nareba, Web3 Gaming, and I'm a Fishy, and also Sota. All of these are very close together as well. And then we have Not Complain sitting far ahead with 3 points lead, which is the biggest lead that anyone has here, except for, Actually, Nareba to Jonakini is 5 points. But what I'm trying to say, we have a big battle here, we have a big battle here, and then we have a clear winner right now. And there is 2 more games to come. So anything can happen, as we just saw with Nareba in the last place. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very exciting last 2 matches.
Not looking forward to this. Still very much like anybody's, or I guess not necessarily anybody's game, but say like the top 5 can all absolutely take the W here in this tournament.
Yes,
if not more, my quick
sir.
maths might be a bit off.
Oh, TSG
really
wanted to
interesting.
double it up. Ah, never mind. It's too late. Already called it. Yes?
I'm just loving the fluctuation. We don't see a clear like 8th place, 8th place, 8th place. There's some Nakaplan's been the most consistent that shows in the results, but there's been some massive flips back and forth. Some 1st place to 6th, 8th to last place. Like it's pretty interesting to see all this. Shows that every game is a little bit different. And maybe these regions, some people are good at one region and not another, or they're just getting unlucky with the comps and they're being contested. But either way, what was crazy in that last game is we had 2 rogue comps and they fought and they got 2nd and 3rd, or 1st and 3rd. So rogues are still relevant. Whoever says otherwise, you will have them screaming into your backline and attacking your clumps.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's cool to see, and I'm really excited to see what happens next, because I'm always looking forward to that interaction. Hey, rogues are dominating right now. Do I contest it? Which means I'm contested, but I'm also playing for the best composition, or do I go a different route? And what more oftentimes than not, I see all the players then not go for rogues and go for all the other stuff, because everybody thinks, oh, everybody's going rogues. But yeah, we'll see how it turns out.
And it's even been interesting seeing how the rogues have kind of adapted over the last little bit. Before it used to be without question like autopilot rogue revenant, but now you see like some rogue revenant, you see some rogue vanguard, you see sometimes like a more like sustained based rogue with verdant. It's interesting that it's not always the exact same type of rogue, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's cool to see the new rogue composition with the verdant. That's a very new thing. And yeah, it's cool that stuff is evolving and meta is adapting a little bit. I think players are loading into the next game, so we're going to join them very, very soon for the 4th game already in this best of 5. I can't believe it. Time flies by when you're having fun and when it's exciting matches like this. Crazy. Love it.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty wild. In our breakdown I got in now, we're looking at Crimson Waste. So we're going to be a fast match here. And it is the one version where you just take an additional 2 damage if you lose. So everyone's going to be losing quite a bit of health here. And you just kind of want to try and survive as long as you can.
Uh-oh, Jonakino, we need you to adapt now. Otherwise, the loss streak might be maybe a little bit too much. You might be used to pulling the trigger around 30 health, but that might, at that point in the game, you might be down to your last life.
Yep. We're going to have a fast game number 4. And lose streaking is even more risky than it ever was. And we are already in round number 5. So quickly going over the weapons, we have Sota on Water Fighter. So he didn't find a rogue weapon, I guess. We got Alnerd on Fire Empath. We got Jonakinho on the infamous Nature Rogue Cleaver. Then I'm a Fishy on the Earth Empath. We got Web3 Gaming on the Fire Bulwark going his usual route towards Magma. We got Not Complain on the Water Bulwark Ripple Flail. Firefighter Boomerang coming out for Lynx. And then Reba also on the Ripple Flail.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what some of these players do. I always feel like the Mystic staff has a lot of versatility. We see a lot of different comps come out of that. Sota, will he try to slam Mud and push that hard? What's going to happen there?
I'm surprised we haven't seen more Mud dominance yet. I think that on the ranked ladder it has been pretty dominant. Maybe because the slashing is usually more contested. I'm really curious to see how many people go for the slashing, because that has been the #1 carry yesterday, today, and a few days ago in the Leviathan tournament as well. So really overperforming units still, right? In the last patches as well, it has been nerfed, but I guess it's still very strong.
Yeah, I mean, Giannichino needs it. Like he's got the rogue weapon. He's not contested this game. That's got to feel really good if he can just push hard, get that slashing. And that isn't a cheaper win condition than some of the tier 4s or tier 5s. So it's kind of perfect for winning a Crimson Waste game. All you have to do is get that slashing. You should be making top 4 as long as you secure that. That's why the Mystic guys scare me. I don't know what you build into Mystic to make those strong enough to make a win condition in Crimson Waste.
Yeah, Mystic definitely a little bit slower. You need to play something fast. Rogue is really good in Crimson Waste, I believe. But you can make anything work. You just gotta push fast. If you go on a win streak, don't go lose streak, don't go on it for too long. But I think everybody is like leveling up, and I would be surprised to see people sitting on 4 units for much longer.
Yeah, only the one player, I think it was just Web3 that had, I guess, the potential mud set up, but otherwise everybody else is still kind of up in the air.
Ooh, there's a fire chip, also very strong. I'm again on a slapping as well. This seems so strong. Web3 Gaming is gonna pick it up, even if it's, yeah, he's playing fire, so that's good for him. But everybody's kind of playing fire. I'm again surprised why nobody picked that one up right away.
I do feel like the deep fire is kind of underperforming at the state in the game.
Definitely.
I'm really curious what Lynx will be building with his fire boomerang. He's going to go a shock comp. I've seen that be pretty interesting, and shock might be another comp that could be good because you can get 4 shock pretty easy, and then that can be a pretty big power spike. But I've never seen it really scale well against the Mystics and a full Vanguard team. So curious what Lynx is going to be doing with this. He's already at the bottom of the bracket. Want to see how he comes back from that.
Yeah,
Let's see how Alner.
Yeah, Alnerd, can he stay on his win streak right here versus not complain?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mini bunker kind of style coming on through here, just being supported by the Atipo. Here comes the ace to just go dive bomb right across that heady. It's going to end up falling, so the front line essentially getting shredded. The ace is going to end up losing its life, though, thanks to the baby Lynx in the background. But there is still so much firepower here for Alnerds that the TNT, the Ranger, and this little Atipo will be able to finish the job.
That ace had a perfect line. I just carpet bombed the whole enemy team there. That was a great positioning. I think it was actually just a misposition by Not Complain. I think Alnert was just had it positioned there from the beginning, and then Not Complain set it up so that rogue ended up just lining everything up nicely.
Then the other win streaker right now is Sota, but he's going up versus Web3 Gaming, who is coming through with a small win streak as well. So that's going to be an interesting fight here. We see Web3 Gaming with that fire emblem bringing a lot of value out of that, with giving his Lynx so much more attack damage. It's going to get 22% attack damage. That is definitely huge for it. And it's going to be up versus the Doku right here. Gets a stun from the Apon. Here comes the cast from the Lynx, and the enemy Arcane Lynx snipes it, actually. And that might just be enough for the red side. It's gonna be a tough fight, though. It all depends on this next Lynx cast, which is gonna hit 2 units. But the Harbinger right here might be enough to stall for Web3 Gaming and take down Sota. Yep, it's gonna be enough. The Tattoo P is gonna take down the Lynx. I believe it. There he comes. Big cast. And it's very good in a one-on-one situation because all its missiles, if there's only 1 unit left, it goes down to 1 unit, which does a lot of damage.
I love the Arcane Lynx, but unfortunately, as satisfying as seeing that energy blade go through multiple units, sometimes it just does kind of peter out a little bit if you don't one-shot it, so the Axon shutting it down.
And there it goes onto the bench, didn't perform, and straight up is out of it, and he comes back in for the Doka. I would have loved to see Sota actually sell the Arcane Links here, because that is, I believe, 5 gold that you get back, and you just lost your win streak. So now it's all about economy, and he's not going to play that in the late game. But maybe he tries to just, you know, it's Crimson Waste, don't lose. We have the strongest board at all times to save some HP. It can make a big difference.
Unfortunately, still loses. That's got to hurt. Yeah, and you know what? The position that he actually had with that, I thought was actually decent. It had some decent lines, but it just kind of unfolded, and then he started auto attacking the rogue behind him. It just seemed to fall apart after a few seconds there. Really unlucky.
That's the thing too, because yeah, unfortunately, even if when the Arcane Lynx fires off its shot, it doesn't keep the same target even if it survives. It always just then turns to whatever's closest to it. So you can have the perfect first shot, but you can never truly follow up with it as it retargets something closer, and it usually breaks your angle. But we have 2 players now at the very bottom with the exact same health, currently 59 apiece here for Lynx, for Jonakino. Let's see how this one ends up going here with that front line with the Caradulo hanging on for the time being, looking for that little bear. Coral in the middle taking care of the Atipo, but they have to turn onto this Kukulus as soon as they possibly can. They're actually going to go towards a Ranger instead, which is still going to be high value. They're just going to leave the bird for last, and now they have the opportunity to turn and burn onto this Kukulus, and Lynx will take the hit.
Yeah, and Jonakino was a level above there. Jonakino already pushing level 6, which I actually find kind of interesting. I feel like you'd kind of want to slow roll since you're not being contested by anyone, and be able to make sure you secure all of your rogues. But maybe he's just like, you know what? I don't have any competition. I want to go straight for that Slashin. I want to go straight to get Malura, get those Vanguards online, get the Twine, and start setting up my endgame build and really secure my victory. That is more of something that Jonakino would do, but it is interesting to see him already at 59 HP when he should be a little bit more stable, I would say, with the rogue comp.
And wasn't Lynx the player also that could have benefited from the water emblem? And right now we see him with 4 fire, and that fire emblem from earlier could have done a huge difference again.
Oh, huge one, yeah.
Because that is going to be a big boost. That's going to give all your units so much extra attack damage. It's not going to be for too long, I believe, that he's going to play 4 fire, but definitely a big opportunity coming out there. Allnerd here versus Lynx. Lynx on 49 HP. So all of these players down here are going to look to stabilize their board very soon. And they're not going to play a big economy game, I think. But then again, you run out of steam and you might still go last. So it's really hard to decide, hey, do I take a few more losses and keep my economy stable, or do I push it in? It seems like he's pushing it in. There is a lot of rerolls going on, a lot of Illuvials coming out. And yeah,
6 air.
6 air.
Inferno.
Big power spike here for Lynx, trying to take down Allnerd.
Unfortunately, the enemy team is also Inferno, but it's Fire Inferno, so it's winning the Hyper. It's got Shock. No, it does not have a Shock, but it has a nasty TB Ruku cutting out the Ranger right now. Once that Ranger goes down, the Inferno will start to... Oh, but it dies before it can kill off the Ranger. The enemy Ace is also in, but it's doing another dive bomb back. Oh, the other Ace didn't get out. Allnerd going down.
Wow, good for Lynx here to stabilize a little bit. Crazy fight with the double Artes. And yeah, also so much levels ahead, right? Here we have level 5 here, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Illuvials on the board. So 2 levels ahead for Lynx. And Allnerd has definitely a lot more economy in his pocket right now.
Was very scary. I'm sure Lynx needed the win. He dumped a bunch of gold to level up, get the Arctes on, a whole bunch of air units. They're all stage 1s, but he needed to get that win because he just dumped his whole economy, and losing HP at this point would have been devastating.
Yeah, if you lose your economy and then lose the fight that you tried to win, you're pretty much out of it. So it was do or die there. Good for him. And now we're watching Not Complain. He's currently sitting at the bottom. Our current tournament leader by far is having a tough time here at the bottom, and he's going up versus a Rake and a scary looking Ranger.
Oh, and that Ranger got directly into the back line. It's onto the Fiery pretty much immediately. Can the supporters try to keep it topped off? So far, it looks like it's okay. It's down to about half. The shields coming on through. At the same time, the Rake and the rest of the squad have broke the front line. And this is just a dominating looking win here for Jonakino. Not complaining, like you're saying. This is your tournament leader, is getting threatened for a last place finish here in Game 4.
Okay. Wow. A little mix-up happening. And yeah, that's a lot of damage, right? He's down to his almost last life. I think he might be able to take one more hit, but we shall see about that. Now he goes up versus Nareba in the next fight, which is going to be another tough fight. Everyone here in the lobby is quite ahead in tempo, it seems like. So yeah, not complain. I hope for him he has a little bit of money left in the bag to spend. Otherwise, it's going to look very tough for him. He finds a Fury here on the carousel. That is actually huge.
Yeah, and he's pushing Wildfire. I was looking at the damage charts. The Crunk was actually the leading damage dealer there. That Wildfire must have done a bunch of damage against those rogues. And I'm curious if he's going to try and push that into a 3 Wildfire with the Blaze Knight. But he's a lot of units off from there, and he's only got 27 HP. He needs to figure out something and fast.
It's also scary, though, if your composition relies on, just get a stage 3 tier 4. That feels terrifying to me personally, at least.
Yep.
And he's rolling. He's got 2 Ferns on the bench.
And
Come on, at least find Furiox. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Wildfire would be one of the only compositions where you can actually find 4 Wildfire without needing a composite chip. But usually it's very hard to find the Chikundi and the Blaze Knight because they're so far apart from each other. If you roll for the Chikundi, you're also contested by Mud and Rogues. So yeah, it looks like he's just gonna go for the Blaze Knight if he gets lucky. The Crunk here being the main damage absorber, the main tank, doing a great job. Now onto the Verdant. Twine right here, which is gonna fall, and that was enough time for the backline to destroy everyone in Nareba's team right here, taking a big hit down to 56 HP as well.
Nice.
Oh, I didn't get to see the damage, but the Ranger damage, I think, was actually quite significant. The Flame Warden staff is very interesting, the way it works. The way that Omega, it deals damage, it's just 400, but then there's a bunch of other upgrades you can get that do percent health. I'm just not seeing...
And it's AoE damage, right? So you hit like 3 units, that's a lot of damage. And then we have reduced energy cost by 35%. We got Not Complain versus Alnerd, both low on HP. Quick look at the drone augment. So we got Combat Rhythm and Psionic Barrier, all about sustain on the side of Not Complain. And Alnerd with the Energizer and Refresh the Flow. Everything about casting here, so very different setup coming in. And it looks like Alnerd is doing pretty good with the Kukulus. Standing strong, the TB Ruko finally going down, and there is still the Inferno damage coming through from the Ranger, so it's all going to be down to the Kukulus. But that's going to be it. Again, the Furiox just pounding through with 9,000 damage.
It's just been able to stay safe. That the Fur Knight and the Ranger have just been basically uncontested in these last 2 fights, and they've been absolutely able to capitalize on it.
And they are giving an Aegis buff to that Furiox. That's a whole other thing we've been missing. At least I missed.
Oh, true.
Is that's been buffing that Furiox. That's why the Furiox is just so angry. 216 base damage, 130 Omega starting power, decent amount of resistances at the beginning.
Yep. Aegis units grant a percentage of their attack damage and attack speed and resistances to their closest ally. So this is just the perfect stats for the Furiox, giving it so much damage, utilizing both as an Arcanite, utilizing both Omega power and attack damage. And yeah, the resistances always help to not get shenanigans happen to your main damage dealer.
With so many teams getting tanky as well, normally you see Furioxes kind of get the percentage damage, but they've actually opted for something a little bit different. That one augment, they just switched it off now, but it had it where it was damage amp when hitting a shield. Like that can be pretty valuable considering the amount of shields and tankiness that we've been seeing throughout the grand final.
What's a little bit interesting here, he doesn't have any true sight going in against this air team
Uh-oh.
with 6 air. That could be pretty bad. Ranger doesn't grant any true sight either. Could be a lot of misses here.
See, it'll be opening fire, but can it actually find its shot? You're seeing it right there, the Mammoth. It's dodged so much already, and that's just buying so much time for this Octius to make it rain. There goes the Ador, immediately taken down, but not going to find the reset on the Lightning Strike. What about that little Ace? Is it going to be able to get out? It's going to dump one more little carpet bomb right on top of all of the damage, and it's just a matter of time before this air squad shreds through one more fireball to try and get somebody on the way down, but that is not going to be enough to save Not Complain this time, down to 9 health.
And another big problem there was the Ranger, enemy Ranger with the boomerang was just sniping through that whole pack. He really needed to separate his units. There was really no benefit in them being as tightly bound, and his Arcos was all the way in the back line, not healing the tanks that had moved forward. Definitely some ways he can improve that positioning to give that a little bit better advantage.
Yep, and that means 9 HP left for Not Complain. And Nareba also falling down to 23. Web3 Gaming down to 23. So definitely we're going to see a fast game number 4 here. We only have one more after this, so it's very important. And we're going to see Not Complain versus Web3 Gaming here. The positioning did change, but the Arcos is still in the back, which might not be the best idea. We got to heal those frontliners. They got to stay alive to buy this Furiox sometime. The enemy Furiox is looking well as well. We have a TNT with a lot of Omega power. And yeah, red side, as you can see it, everyone is half health while the green side's tanks are all dead. And that means it is all over for Not Complain here in the 4th game. This is going to be a devastating hit down to last place. So close.
Oof, that is a choke if I've ever seen one. Oh my gosh. That's going to be rough.
I forgot for a second, he's the current tournament leader by a lot of points. So that's going to mix up everything for the final game. Thank you very much, Not Complain. You keeping it interesting for us. Sorry, that was a bit toxic.
God. we both just roasted him. All right, we got to say
It's
something
okay. I
nice.
roasted Maru yesterday. We're good. It happens. Everybody's open season, but we mean it playfully.
Yes, we just want to have the most viewing experience for our 250 people tuning in live right now across 4 channels. And Not Complain is going to keep it interesting, but it definitely is stinging for him. He has a lot more chances next round to come back. We're going to see if that was going to happen.
Yeah, Not Complain might have got a message by our script writers apparently for this one, but we have ourselves a battle of our top 2. Lynx, who's looking to fight back from a couple of rough first games. Sota was right on the doorstep of winning that last one, and now trying to fight their way on top once again.
Wow.
So far, so good here for Lynx, though. It's just a matter of dealing with that Chikondi. There it goes. Going to end up falling.
Damn.
Where's the damage coming from?
I don't know. Lynx is one-shotting teams.
Look at like it's 2,000 is the most I see, and it's just like, yes, the rogues are squishy, but to see them just all disappear like that was crazy.
I guess we can see the solution here. Riptorus, Gorilla, and Monkey are all down in damage, doing nothing, and they must have just been sniped by the shock and by the Octius and all of that damage. So I guess it was not a lot of damage, but the focus was on the high priority targets, and then yeah, that made all the difference.
I wonder if there was just some really good Artes positioning where they took a lot of damage but then escaped right before dying, and you just got the carpet bomb. They survived with the Inferno, and with that you get 3 Inferno. I wonder if that's actually doing 3 times the Inferno buff. Very interesting.
Now we got Nareba versus Sota fighting for his life here in game number 4.
Yep, Nariba, your current 5th place position player in this one, on the doorstep of possible elimination here in game number 4 if they can't turn it around right here, right now, trying to get this Riptorus to do as much damage as possible. They have the backup of that Blotto. They're losing a ton of units, but at the same time, the core ones that they need are staying alive. Nariba trying to turn this one around. Just got to deal with that Gorilla. Not done just yet. Soda going to take the hit.
Wow, the lobby is so close.
Web3 out.
Ooh.
Oh,
Big hit.
People are taking damage now too. Like that extra 2 that's been stacking this whole time, it is starting to hurt. We're not even that far in, but everyone's below 40 HP. 2 people have been eliminated. It's going to wrap up pretty quickly here, and people are going to start emptying their coffers, trying to just survive, get a couple more placements.
Yep.
Is
Everyone
anyone
except
finished?
John Aquino, I think, is in danger of being knocked out. Definitely those 3 players down here. And yeah, that's going to make for an exciting few rounds.
Alnert managed to finish 4 shock. That could be deadly. He's on a win streak.
How? Oh, he got all the stage 3 tier 1s. Wow,
Oh
that's
my.
cool. Good on him, because he's competing actually with, who was it? Yeah, with Lynx right here, who has been performing so well with also a 6 air composition, but he figured out a different way to do it, a different win condition with those stage 3 shock units, and I'm really excited to see the damage coming out from here with also the Enchanter. That's going to be super cool to see.
And Tempest as well with the Kukulus and the Matu.
Mm-hmm.
This is looking like this was exactly what I was thinking that could be a good final comp for a Crimson Waste team. We'll see if it manages to pull through, or if Sota can finish his 4 mud. That could be a potential win con as well. We got Noriba. What is his win condition though? He's got the 3 Aegis. He needs to get a Rye Plants online.
Pretty much the Blotto with Aegis is just... It's the main tank and the main carry, I believe. Next to the Riptorus. Yeah, Ryeplants is still far away. Thrown out all his money just to make up a few more spots. And it's gonna be an interesting fight here. Kukulus the main tank here in the front line. Let's see how he does.
4 shock. Lots of lightning bolts coming in right here with the Octius.
It is going to absolutely be terrifying. Some things might get deleted just out of the blue, but the unfortunate thing here for Alnert is that Octius does not have any Omega power, and it immediately got focused. The Ranger, the Riptorus, they turned and burned on it nice and quick, so the shock's going to keep raining, but the big lightning strikes are going to subside. Is that going to be enough, though, to get the job done anyway? Does not look like it. Alnert is starting to swarm things down, or rather, Nariba is starting to swarm things down. It's going to be this poor Quink's the last alive, and that is going to be some major damage coming in here for Alnert to the point where it eliminates them. The meme in my stream chats continues. Shock is a trap.
Oh my gosh.
I don't. Oh
Wasn't
my.
enough.
Oh, it hurts because I think we all wanted to see more of this shock, and if it's actually good, because it's interesting to see, but. That was
I mean,
rough. Was it a positioning mistake?
I think so. That Kukurov got deleted instantly.
Yeah.
It just face checked like 4 units, including their carry. And I think that the Matu needed to be there, and he needed to somehow distribute that, because if they were all focusing the Kukurov, you failed. You needed to separate that between them, your Verminio, your Ranger. I think there was a couple ways he could have done that a little bit better.
Yeah, and then the Octius was the next one on the chopping block, so that didn't help. Right now, I'm watching Amafishi versus John Aquino. Screw it, they're both on a win streak. They're both up there, but it could very well be the last match for Amafishi in this round. The Rake in the back is the one to watch. It's stuck on the Goliath, though, and the Forest is coming in from the other side. So this is looking tough for this clump right here, and they're able to push through. The Ranger doing so much damage here. 5,000 leading the charge. And it's going to be an easy fight here in the end for John Aquino. Possibly taking down Amafishi. Holding on with 1 HP. All right.
Sota getting knocked out. Couldn't find the 4th mud. Very, very unfortunate. I know Noriba was actually holding on to 5 of his copies, so that made it really hard for him to finish off that Exalted Monk here. So he did not make it. Still securing a top 4, which was important, because with Not Complain at 8, that probably means Soda's back at the top of the leaderboard. I'm a Fishy staying at 1, could potentially then jump over Sota, taking first place after that. Lynx is going to be going against John Aquino. I'm a Fishy is going against the Ghost. What are we watching?
Yeah, let's watch the real fight. John Aquino versus Lynx right here.
And at least this time, this Octius is completely safe. It has Omega power. Let it rain down. Can you find a reset? I don't think they did that first time, but at least helps with getting the first little initial eliminations. But look at this squad coming out here from Jonah Kino. It's just tearing through everything but the Octius. It's still alive. These health bars are getting low. Where is the shot to finish the job? There it is. What does it look like health-wise? Jonah Kino is still in this. What about I'm a Fishy? Up against the Ghost. Looks like I'm a Fishy survives as well.
Oof. All right, final round here, most likely. Wow, it's getting down to the wire.
So I'm a Fishy versus Giannichino as the official one here. That fight was so close. Like, it looked totally lopsided, and then it reversed. Like, I don't know what Lynx did there to, like, it just something triggers like halfway through. Oh, he has Behemoths online. That's one thing. But I'm a Fishy going in against this. Slashin's not in. He's still missing 2. So he's going in. He does have the 3 Vanguard. Will he be able to take the win here?
Let's see it. Let's see what's gonna happen. And the Gnarl here in the front line is gonna tank as much as he can. And the Forus here is a little bit stuck on the Malura. Let's see if it can run away. No, it can't. And here comes the Ramfight Omega to hopefully finish off the bird for the green side. But it is still holding on, but it looks very, very good for the Vanguards here in the backline. They are holding strong. The Slashin still alive. Ramfight casting one more time, and that is most units of the red side gone. And red side here being, of course, I'm a Fishy, which will be taken down. Lynx already out with -11. And it seems like I'm a Fishy is going to take more damage than Lynx. Yes, sir. Jonakinyo in first, Lynx in second, I'm a Fishy in third.
Woo! What a wild end there. It did wrap up quickly with that Crimson Waste. What are these end comps here? I'm a Fishy even slam level, but not enough to secure that.
Literally throwing everything on the board. Even the Valente still came out to play to try and finish the job there versus Jonah Kino. But that was so interesting because it felt like a little bit of a triangle effect of sorts here, where if I think Lynx had the opportunity to go against Jonah Kino again, they maybe could have beat them. But no, unfortunately could not take care of I'm a Fishy. So this is our top 3, and this shatters the results.
Real quick, do we have a replay of that? I'm really curious if we could see. I don't know if the Forest actually got the untargetable.
Did it just get bursted?
I think it just got bursted. So watch it. It's on the left here. If this is the it's okay. So it'll be in the back line fighting. I don't think it ever gets untargetable, or maybe I missed it. It got triggered pretty early. Oh, it got triggered super early. Okay, because then it goes here. I thought it would have triggered right there, but it didn't. And then they still were able to lock on it. It was over at that point.
Yeah, a little bit of a positioning mistake here, or outplay rather. The Malura just being on the Forus, and then the Ramfight tag teaming, finishing it off. Well played.
Yeah, I feel like you gotta backline that Geyser. Geyser's a tanky dude, and you know having him be able to suck up some of that damage also, instead of being the last unit, is pretty vital, I would say. But obviously you don't want that Ramfight being able to just clip everyone.
Yes, sir. All right, we're gonna keep things moving, guys. We have one more trivia. Then we gonna check out the scores. Then we're gonna also probably do the raffle, the 200 LV monthly raffle. If you play ranked games, you're gonna earn tickets, and that's what we're gonna do today as well. And then we're jumping in the final game. So a lot of things to do. Let us know who you think is gonna win this tournament. I don't know. It could be anyone at this point.
It could be anyone.
Oh. Okay, here we go. Trivia. You guys know the rules. Here comes a hand, and you gotta let us know which exact Illuvial this hand belongs to. No of the A players can win. Nobody can win 2 times. And here it comes. Good luck. This is gonna be an easy one, a fast one. I don't think anyone is gonna have trouble with this, so let's see who's going to be first. Beautiful hand right there. A very delicious hand if you would eat it. Not that I ever would suggest eating your Illuvials. Gotta lick my lips when I say that. Maybe a little color blue steak to finish it off, you know? Shrimp and steak, or how do you call it? Surf and turf. We got Zico Perico with Alfie. Yeah, beautiful. First answer in the chat as well, which is really cool to see. There it is. Look at that bad boy.
Oh, Furious was close behind them too. That's funny.
Fury's trying to snipe here. Coming through. All right, let's check out what everybody wants to see. The scores of
Oh,
the
yeah,
current standing. I hope we are updated.
they are.
They are. All right. There it comes. Caveman, take it away.
Oh my gosh. Look at what we have here. We have crazy tiebreakers all over the place. Soda and I'm a Fishy. We're looking in 4th and 5th place. They moved all the way up to 1st and 2nd, tied with 22 points. Not Complain got flipped down to 3rd place, 21 points. Can they bring it back? This is going to be a crazy grand finale in the game 5. Who is going to win the $7,000 here? But then we've got another group coming in at 4th, 5th, and 6th. Who's going to be the leader of that group? Are they going to be able to push into the top 3? This is going to be wild to see who takes this off. Lynx managing to come back from a terrible start. 2 losses in a row and has found his footing, getting a 6th and a 7th, coming back. Alnerts, Phantom, first time into this into the IPL, making it into the finals in the biggest one, still positioning well, still playing well. Can he push himself up in the 7th or 6th place by the end of this tournament? We will see in this final match. I am so excited for this.
Wow. You hit the nail on the head. This is gonna be probably the most exciting tournament finals that we ever had, and what a better place to do it than in the Immutable Masters IPL 1000 with $20,000 on the line right here. This is so cool, man. Pretty much tiebreaker on the podium, and then followed by these guys who can definitely also still have a shot at first place. Like, this is gonna be crazy.
Absolutely.
And I also want to point out Alnert. He is last right now, but he has 11 points. So definitely a good performance from him as well with 3-2, 3-2, right? Never getting a last place, consistently performing well. And that's what got him into the finals. So all of these players definitely stepping up, performing. It's really cool to see.
Who's going to take it, baby? This is going to be crazy end right here. I'm so for it.
Sota, I'm a Fishy, not Complain. Pretty much ex aequo. Gotta remember those. Web3 Gaming, Nareba, Jonaquinho. Right behind them. Pretty much, it's all open still.
Like, what do you do? Do you just purely focus on taking out your competition? Like, every time you're against, I'm a Fishy, not Complain. If I was Soda, do you just like roll down, make sure you beat them every time you see them in the map? It doesn't matter. Or like same thing with Web3 Gaming, Nareba, and Jonaquinho. Are you just really trying to take out those competitors, or do you try to push for the first place? This is gonna be really interesting.
I'm having a blackout. Let me quickly check the replay.
Like, compared to other IPLs where there might be, like, say, a certain individual who plays a specific composition that you can kind of focus down, I don't think we have that kind of scenario. Like, Not Complaints played a little bit of everything, to say the least. I'm a Fish, he's played a little bit of everything. Like, nobody's really focusing on one comp, so I can't really focus you down. So it just has to be, if you're going to play specifically towards the player, you have to kind of do it on the fly and target. And at this point in the game, if you're doing something on the fly, you are nerfing yourself. I would hate for you to do that. So you got to try your damn this. At this point, you've seen what everybody is doing. Just try to make your own game plan and try to follow it as best as possible. Because if you try to make too many decisions based off of reactions, you might just dig your own grave.
Yeah, and we've seen that even when the vanguards are contested, you can still get 2nd and 3rd off that. Like, that's not, or even win the whole match. So, you know, maybe you just go for the most competitive or contested comps and just send it. And I'd be wanting a rogue weapon. I tell you what, if I see a rogue weapon, I'd be grabbing it right now, because that's what seems to be winning. Obviously, you know, you're gonna scan and scout and you see 3 of them, then maybe you bail. But yeah, we're gonna see. What if we get like 5 people all going rogue here? That'd be a wild contested just mess. We've never seen more than like 3, I think, right? Like 3's the most I think I've seen.
I think there might have been one from an IPL a long time ago with Rogue Revenant, where I think there was 5. But that was a while ago. Not in this patch anyway. So it's been so long ago that it would be absolutely crazy if we saw it here. And I tell you what, the IPL has just been spoiling us. Normally, when I see a tournament set up like this, where the event goes longer, usually like one or two people kind of run away, and maybe there's a battle for two people at the top, but there's like a massive gap. How we keep finding these tournaments where the top 6 are all still in contention in the last game after 4 games is absolutely incredible, and I'm loving this.
100%. I'm with you. And we're gonna give the players just a quick break to do everything that they need to do. And then we are gonna quickly do a raffle. So, sorry guys, I'll see you in a second. And we're here with the raffle. We're gonna draw 5 winners. The first place takes 100 LV, the second place takes 50 LV, third place 25, fourth place 15, and then fifth place takes 10 LV, making up a total prize pool of 200 LV. Ticket holders right here come from the ranked gameplay in Illuvium. So if you just jump into the Illuvium gauntlet, play some ranked games, you're going to be earning tickets, and that's what we see right here, different weights. This is a monthly raffle, but this snapshot right now is the snapshot for September, so for the last month. It's not a full month, but from now on, there will always be a monthly raffle at the end of the month. So now we're going to do the September one, the 200 LV for September. And then in 4 weeks, we're going to do another one for October. So get playing, everybody, if it's in the IPL or just for fun. And maybe you're going to get some life-changing money here, because 100 LV is, I don't know, maybe between 1,500 and 2,000 bucks. So definitely good luck to everyone. First prize here, 100 LV. Going to, it looks like Fancy Pants. Is it gonna be Fancy Pants? No, it's Cara Blue.
Cara Blue, hey!
GG. Well played. Yo, Cara Blue, GG's. Well played. 100 LV going to you. This person is flipping out right now. And if it's not now, it's gonna be as soon as they find out this great news. And then second place, 50 LV is going to this. Anyone can win this. Casters, players, doesn't matter. Toriel! 50 LV tutorial. Love to see it. Long time community member. Amazing. Congratulations. 50 LV tutorial. Next spin, 25 LV. And we're gonna see it in a second. It looks like Fox Spirit, but it flips on to Lukit from Sora. 25 LV right there. Now we're gonna spin it for 15 LV, then to 10, and then we're done with this part of the Immutable Masters tournament right here. 15 LV going to Nika, 01. Dedicated tournament player. Was in the top 64. And then last but not least, 10 ILV going out to, drum roll, Carl! Mr. Carl from Phantom. Love to see it. Congratulations, Carl. That's 10 LV to you. Well played, everyone. And we'll see you again with another 200 ILV wheel next month. There we go. We're back. Hey, that's fun.
Hey.
Hey.
Congratulations, everyone.
I love how it was oh, it's gonna be Fancy Pants, yeah, and then oh, it's Cara Blue, and it was
Poor
so
Cara
sad.
Blue.
I had to shout, good job, like you had to give him something, yeah.
Thank you
the
for
biggest prize.
Thank you for saving me there. I don't even
What did
care
Cara
who
Blue
wins
do to
it,
you?
but it was like I was disappointed that I didn't call out the right person. That was more like it. But it was.
How many times has Cara Blue contested you on ranks? Like, what happened here? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that is amazing. Cara Blue, Toriel.
Luke Keats.
Luke Keats.
Yeah.
Carl in the end, and then. Yeah.
I want to give a huge shout out to Toriel though. Like huge supporter of the project. I'm so happy she was able to get something.
Me too.
And
amazing.
Hopefully, everything's going well with her.
Yes. She's such an active and good community member, always there since I'm here, at least since many years. I'm sure like 4 years or something. And yeah, it's super cool. This going out to well-known community members. Love to see it. And yeah, I guess Toriel has been grinding the gauntlet, because I remember talking to her where she's very much a overworld fan, or used to be, and then she tried gauntlet. I gave her a coaching session as well, and I guess she fell in love with it slowly but surely, is what I've been hearing. Okay. Should we go to the? Do we have a game already?
Saw the message.
They just started it up. We're just about there, it looks like.
It is time. The final showdown right here. Who is gonna take it? This is going to be crazy, and we get to get it in a Halcyon Sea. 3 additional credits each round.
Beautiful.
We get to see the wild compositions at the end. I love Halcyon Sea. Like, anytime I get Halcyon Sea, I just get so excited.
Yep.
I was gonna say, I was hoping that this one ended with a eventful one, but not like a super quick one, but also not Brightland Steps. So I was really hoping for Halcyon Sea, and that came in clutch.
All right. Players loaded in.
Here we are. It has been a treat. The 3rd time Halcyon Sea. You love to see it. Additional 3 credits each round. That just means everyone is going to have a supercharged economy, and we're going to see very interesting gameplay, especially in the late game.
And just quickly went over all the players. Alnerd starting off with double links already. It is a rogue link, so not as exciting. No empath, but I'm sure that Alnerd's probably feeling really good for this final match. Maybe going to be able to push himself into the top 4. Hopefully that's probably what he's aiming for, if he can win this. So yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Oh, this is actually a fight. I wasn't even paying attention. Not complaining. Took a big hit there. Unfortunately, you don't want to be losing these fights early on. These are almost entirely positional. Like, can you make the small adjustments to outplay your opponent? And sometimes you can get unlucky going against like a double links kind of setup, but should be a pretty close fight.
Yeah, sometimes based off of the first couple of rolls, you just kind of have to accept your fate that your board might not be as strong as the others, and just kind of pivot from there.
Oops, that's true.
Yep.
I'm fishy. What are we doing here?
All right, we got Not Complain versus Nareba in the bot. We also have the weapons in already, so let me recap them one more time. Web3 Gaming on the classic Amber, Buckler, Fire Bulwark. Looking forward to go another Magma round. We got All Nerds on a Nature Rogue weapon. Then we got... we're swapping. We got John Aquino contesting here with also an Amber Buckler Fire Bulwark. We got Not Complain on the Water Fire weapon. Has been performing pretty well. We got Nareba also on a Nature Rogue Cleaver. Yeah. Okay.
2 Cleavers, 2 Bucklers, or 3 Bucklers even?
Yep.
Three of the Cleavers.
Sota also on the Cleaver. Lynx on the Boomerang. Wow. And then we have I'm a Fishy with the Galewind Bow. First appearance, I think, here in the finals yet.
Yep. And he's already got Dust online. That's starting to look like a really good start. He won't be as contested as well. With a Railu, that is looking really good. If he can get an Earth, if he can get a Monkey, he could have Dust Templar already at round 6. That could be a powerful start for him. He could be win streaking quite well into the game. And he's going to be fairly uncontested, I think. I don't imagine any of these other players are going to be going for a lot of his units. Oh, is he going to win this, though? It's going to be 2v1. Revo trying to take out the Rhoda. Rhoda versus... Oh, but the blind comes in from Dust. Big roll to finish off the Chuko. Oh, and he loses it. I'm a Fishy losing to Alner just by 1. Sorry if you weren't covering that, but...
Good switch.
Everyone.
Yeah, we saw the end of it. Love to see it. You know, Silent and I are a sucker for a good one-on-one. So thanks for pointing that out.
Absolutely.
A little bit late, sorry.
Oh, good. All right, yeah. Win streaking, Sota and Alnerd. Both on the Rogues. Definitely having a good time up there. Similar to last game, right? The exact same thing?
Mm-hmm. And I'm personally, like kind of excited here for Fishy, but this battle is going on. So let's take a look here. We already got the stage 2 links in there, 2 of them even in the battle here. And I love the Omega of this Rogue Links just immediately chopping away. And essentially their Omega is a delete button and they will stand tall.
Yeah, I was so surprised when I saw not 1 but 2 stage 2 links in round number 6 here for Alnerd. He's not kidding around and he is on a mission to not be last and trying to mix up everything. If he wins, for example, here, he can definitely maybe get into the top 4. We'll see.
And he just got 2 more links on the bench. He's only missing 1 to finish off, getting that air, the nimble Zephyr links. I love the way these links are named, by the way. Like, whoever came up with them, like Ember links, like just, I love them. I love them. They like sometimes
it's majestic. I love it.
Yeah, they just flow so well.
Although, did Soda also snag a stage 2 links though?
Yep.
So it's not going to be easy to snag.
Yep.
The only one that I think has the worst links name, I think, is the Virtuos. I can't even say it. That one trips me up every time.
The
MCAS one.
Fighter.
The tank.
Come on. No.
Oh.
What? Okay. I think I have to talk to some people after I'm a fishy gets
Stoic. It's Stokey. You're right. It's Stoic. What am I thinking? Yeah,
how that Riptor with a fighting imprint lasted on that draft deck for so long?
I don't know.
It's surprising to me.
There you go.
Hello, beautiful.
Let's watch this.
Oh. And the hair. I just remember the early leaks, seeing the hair on the different links, and they just look incredible.
Here it's not fully rendered to what we see sometimes in the art, but the Chuku we can really see beautiful hair as well. Oppa.
If I were not complaining, I would be quite scared seeing that already on the board at round 8. Oh no.
There's also a bunch of Omega power onto that Zephyr Link. So even though it's going up against this Groko, watch how fast this thing gets deleted. As long as it doesn't get stunned up. It didn't even need to, I guess, use it. It just immediately deletes it. The Greater Monk here, it's not going to be long for this world. Can we see the 1-on-4 though? Nope. There's just too much of a swarm.
Oh my
God.
Here,
even though you got the stage 3 links, your win is not guaranteed.
Not a chance.
His first loss. I mean, all the rest of his units are stage 1, so they just all got deleted too quickly. And Not Complain does have Berserker online and all stage 2 units, basically, I think. So
that is rough, because he pushed a lot of money onto this board. This is how much gold? 18 gold in this Zephyr Links, which is extremely. It's a huge hit for your economy early on.
He did get the
top 2.
he got the Chukarul, so now he'll be able to get Predator, which will be a big power spike now with that Ranger.
Yep, we're gonna see him battle it out versus Amafishi, who's currently on a win streak. Big stun. Oh no.
Oh no.
There it is. It's out and it's one-shotting. I think this time it should be enough. Gets another cast out onto the Rebel. Bum bum bum. Goodbye, and only unit left alive is the Ranger. So happy ending, or a hopeful happy ending here for Alner, taking down at least Amafishi, currently in first with the win streak.
And did I just see this? No, like, I didn't know this is how this interacted, but the Lucid Pulse Reactor, you need 15 attacks. Oh no, it's after 10 seconds you gain True Sight. But I'm curious if those 5 little slashes from his Omega count as the triggers for this gaining Omega power on each attack. I need to watch that. I want to see.
Yeah, I'm not sure if abilities should say if they apply on-hit effects. At least that's how we used to it from other games. I'm not sure if that's the case here.
Let's watch.
Well, let's take a look and see how this goes. It fires off its Omega. It does not look like it buffed off of that, but we'll have to see as it goes to tear on through. Ryalu is going to be next in the menu, takes care of it, and now it's shredding on through like nobody's business. Lynx is going to take a big shot.
Yes, sir. Yeah, very sad for Alnard here that he lost his win streak. I guess there was a lot of positional mistakes as well, or maybe should have rolled a little bit more, but yeah, sometimes this happens. Let's take a look at the bottom. Web3 Gaming TV here with 60 health. On purpose or struggling?
Does have 5 Bulwark on standby, has a Void Reactor, should be good to help sustain once he gets some decent healing units. 1 away from a Twine, very much the 5 Bulwark traditional clump, 2 empath. It should be a pretty good sustain. He is going to be going against, is that an Exalted? An Exalted
Yep.
Monk here already online, 2 Mud. That is not something you want to be going against this early. Double Berserker, 2 Predator, 2 Mud. That's going to be a tough one.
Really good augments as well. Perfect augments on the monk here. Let's see how he does.
It's immediately going to be tearing through this front line. That poor little Scarabok is being made to look like a squishy compared to this Exalted Monk here. Tears through the front line. It's onto the supports. This poor Atipo is not going to be long for this world. And that was essentially, that wasn't a battle. That was an assault. Just completely shutting down that team.
Yikes.
6.7 thousand damage there. Doesn't matter if you have 5 bulwarks. He will chew through it with that augment that does percent health damage too. Yeah, that's going to be a unit you're going to have to watch out for. Really good position for not complain to already have that locked in. How far else is he out on the rest of his units? Only, oh, he's still quite far out for the rest.
Yep. He's probably sitting on a lot of gold. So we got Sota and Alnard in the top on each on 7 rogues. I'm gonna be curious if Alnard goes into like a 6 air type of thing with the rogues. You can make that happen. Or if he goes also for the slash in. Sota already has the stab in, so he's ahead on that. Then we got I'm a Fishy going most likely for the air, but also has a Riptorus. Not complain, like we just saw, somewhat a mud line, but a little bit behind on all the units except the monk here. Then we got air and shock already coming out from Lynx. So that's interesting to see. Jonaquinho is dabbling around with 6 bulwarks and a Fury coming out. So very similar to what Web3 Gaming is doing right here. And then Nareba, a little bit behind on the rogues, but also going for them.
Oof. If I was Nareba, I'd be very scared right now.
Yep.
You just look very behind overall. Does get Verdant online with the Twine. That's a big, big boost. 7 Rogue also being activated. But he's still got a lot of stage 1s. Or at least that's slapping.
I think it might be enough versus Web3 Gaming, who just found his Fernite and makes a corner composition happening in the last few seconds with a big crunk here. So it might be enough. The Ranger also stuck on the Twine. I think this looks really good for Web3 Gaming. Let's see if he has enough damage to finally also kill some rogues, because the sustain is here, but the damage not really. Finally, the Gorilla goes down and everything seems to be burning a little bit. Red units are hyperactive, which makes it a bit harder. Also, there's the Verdant field providing some healing. And it's gonna come down to the wire. It seems like the slash-in is finally gonna get into the backline and is gonna hack on through. Web3 Gaming stops his lose streak.
That Ranger didn't get the auto off to trigger Wildfire. That is the worst when you get the Omega, and that is a big Omega. What is it? Energy cost is 240, and Wildfire scales with your energy cost. So you need to get that auto attack after to trigger it. Unless you have 4 Wildfire, then it's automatic. But he just didn't get that auto off, and that was a big loss there, because then you're not healing, you're not dealing the damage, and that is just over at that point.
Yep, now he's up versus Alnard, who is currently leading with 90 HP next to Ama Fishy. And this Zephyr-Lynx is definitely looking scary.
It's still absolutely scary, but a lot of these augments looks like they've actually got moved over to the stabbing. Just kind of stuck outside the fight to start off this one, so not too bad here for Web3 Gaming as of this moment. That Singe is getting some serious damage across all those Illuvials with the magma on top of this. And look at all of these rogues. They are stuck on the outside. They all just dove into a brick wall and they are gone. Web3, turn this one around.
The Magma
That
Power
Stabin-
Spike, eh?
And Stabin was just sitting in the back. He didn't touch anything, and he was wasted. His true sight and distance attack just didn't benefit him at all. Really, really rough loss there by Elnert.
Yep. 400 damage from the Stabin, and it took 10 seconds till its first auto attack. By that time, already half of his team was dead. But yeah, the corner composition, like especially in the mid game, corner with Magma really seems to counter the rogues. We have seen this now over and over again. So yeah, and also the Goliath came in, if I see that correctly. So Web3 Gaming hit a lot of its power spikes just now. Everything is stage 2. Look at that team all of a sudden.
I also want to point out that Not Complain just finished 4 mud by getting that gorilla off of the carousel. That is got to be feeling good. He's now leveling. He just pushed level 6, knowing that he can start slamming levels and moving. And is there a composite ship or something? Why is he taking off all his units?
There must be. Yep, he got double fighter with the fighter that he got early on, which nobody took away from him, which now gives him 5 fighters in his 4 mud composition, which is insane.
This monk here is about to do some nasty things.
It's going to be absolutely ridiculous. Full augments, so much attack speed because of that 5 fighter buff. This monk here may be a tier 1, but this thing is going to start swinging like a tier 5 in just a moment's time. But it is going head to head up against this Jokul, and it's been able to get taken down. Unbelievable turnaround. How was this possible?
I'm a fishy.
Not Complain
hello.
in theory should have had that.
I mean, I'm a Fishy's level 8. Not Complain's only level 6. He needs to come back, but that was a really, really tough loss there. He lost a win streak there as well, but I think he's going to be in a good position to turn around, especially once he gets the Riptorus. He activates Toxic, and if he can get the Rye plans, getting a 3rd Berserker online, I think that's the win condition to win this game.
Yeah, those players are not kidding around. I think I'm a Fishy, Not Complain, and Web3 Gaming are in first right now, right? Or podiums? Or Sota?
I'm a Fishy, Not Complain, and... Oh, man.
Well, anywho, we're gonna watch Alnard real quick here battle up against Not Complain. So let's see if the mud can break the rogues that are coming in here. And it looks like, yes, it is also... Wow. The monkey goes down, but a little bit too late, too little. For Alnart here, who's going to take a lot of damage in this fight.
I don't know if you saw, there was a 6th auto attack there, and the Slappin lost like 2/3 of its health. That was a very unlucky point for that timing. Berserker and his Omega just clipped. Goodbye, Stabbin. It was Stabbin.
Yep. That is a dangerous monkey. Very, very angry.
Yeah, it died like halfway through that fight, and it still led the damage charts by like 3,000. That's incredible.
I'm curious if you'd move that fighter imprint to the Apon. What do you guys think? I think that'd actually be a better place, because it is stealing the attack damage from other units, and that actually makes its attack damage viable. Like it was at 185 there once it attacked that Chikundi, so that could make it a pretty strong unit to give attack speed. I don't know if giving it to Cardelox is the benefit. What are your thoughts?
Good point. Yeah, I agree. Definitely gonna do more auto attack damage than Cardelox.
Especially if it goes down, does that then transfer to one of your other units?
Oh
yes, true. It might be.
It's just attack damage and Omega power, not attack speed. But the attack damage.
Okay, but a baton pass anybody? Like that? It's basically a send-off strategy. It's very well possible.
All right, going against the Rogues though. Let's see if they're starting to dominate. He's managed to get the 2 Vanguard online. He's only a couple slashing stop. Yeah, he's almost got slashing 3 away.
See how this one ends up going. Can we keep this Exalted Monk here alive to get the job done? Here comes the The Greater Gorilla immediately gets popped. Lallura, you're going to get popped as well. Rampy's going to get popped before it even gets the opportunity to fire off its Omega. Everything is going so far so good. Eventually, that Monk here finally falls to the Ranger here on or from Soda, but that's not going to be enough. Revo falls, and that's going to be Soda taking a massive hit once again.
I was a little bit scared for not complaining there. The Ranger has the dimensional warp where it goes to the far side and then it teleports back. And that Rampy was going to be casting right as it came back. But then the Ranger just deleted it. It just disappeared.
Such a close fight here that I tuned in versus Lynx and Web3 Gaming. Who's going to take it? Ow. Lynx takes the hit with just the Ranger surviving of Web3 Gaming down to 19 HP. 4 shock online. Again, it seems like it is a trap, isn't it?
He's got Tempest, Dust Slayer with the gyro. He's literally doing everything that you could possibly do with this comp. If it can't even position top 4, it's just clearly underperforming. It wasn't contested either. Like, this is brutal to see this. And I'm not feeling safe for him going against this Alnerd with a nice 3 Revenant, 2 Phantom already online with the Monarch.
Oh my god. Yes, Alnerd pushed his money in and he found all the units he needed. Also, there were Milia, but 2 units will be blocked in right here. So there is some light at the end of the tunnel for Lynx right here, but it might not matter. Here comes the Vermilia cast, and the Monarch is still untouched and hyperactive, but hey, it is looking actually really good for Lynx.
Oh my.
In the end, what did so much damage there? It was just a shock, wasn't it?
Shock. Yeah, I was just watching units get zapped and they disappeared.
Wow. Yep, that lock-in was not ideal.
Especially at that last couple of seconds there. Had that shock been any later, there would have been at least like 2 auto attacks from each of the alluvials that was starting to swarm the squeeze. But it came in the right possible moment.
Every
extremely close.
Every 5 seconds, it does 3 times 375 damage, plus reduces the energy resist to the lowest unit. So it's finishing them off as well, huh? I really hope Shock keeps performing here.
Watch in 5 seconds. This gorilla will disappear.
Where's the gorilla right here?
Yep.
4.
Oh my god.
3/4 of its health immediately gone. And the squeeze is going to be here to gain those resets as well. This is what it's supposed to look like when it lines up perfectly. So far, so good here for Lynx up against Sota, but can they keep this going? There is still a stab-in, loaded up, ready to go, but you have that Kukaraf. It's there for support. Not anymore. It just got deleted. The shock, the firepower, it was so good, but you could not out-sustain the Penguin. Lynx down to 7.
True Sight. Ranger armor coming in clutch here in this fight versus Lynx. Giving a stab-in and the Ranger the ability to circumvent all the air dodge chance and just hit them straight into the face.
I think this is actually really good counter right here to Mud. I think that the Chukos, they'll be disappearing really quite quickly, and then all the units are pretty low HP. If he can keep his shock units alive a little bit longer, he should sustain this fight pretty okay. Ooh, but the Squiz is in a bad spot.
Squiz is indeed in a bad spot. It's gonna hold on for now. The Revo, the Gyro here, almost taken down in a few auto hits. Here comes the Monk here onto the Ranger. Ranger falls down. Gyro is still doing good though, and yeah, it seems like the red units, the Muds just are ahead of the tempo. They're doing so much damage. They're just overwhelming. Lynx right here going out in last. GG's, well played. Definitely a tough competition here in the finals.
Uh-oh. Oh! 1 HP.
Oh my god.
Gianakino is part of that second pack with 18, 18, 17. He cannot lose this or he will be knocked out. Like, that's going to be a really tough loss for him. Lynx losing an 8th, though, opens him up. He's not going to drop below 7th.
And Alnert right there as well on the bubble. One more loss and they were for sure out of here. Only 3 HP.
Yes, sir. Everyone going down really fast, but the top players are looking still very healthy, which is good for us here watching, because it's gonna get really crazy in the late game. We see already so many stage 3 units. If I look right here, we got a Jotun, a Gazotep, going towards the Seer as well, which will come out at one point. The Riplands. Oh my god.
This is
That is an
disgusting.
incredible team for this early in the game.
Yes, I'm a fishy. I think he's straight on track to winning this round here.
I think so too.
Triple dust, 6 air
I'm
somehow.
holding my words. I'm holding my tongue.
6 air with... Oh my god, what's this his team? 6 air, 3 dust, 7 fighter, 3 berserker? How? What?
And he could go Frost instead with the Jotun, but I don't know. I think the Shock, this is the matchup I want to see right here. Mud versus this comp. Which of the fighters are going to take this victory? This is very decisive. I'd almost roll everything down to beat the enemy here, because I think that these are the main 2 competitors fighting for the same units.
God, that's gonna be interesting here. What's gonna happen? Who can hold out longer? I think... I don't know, I'm a fishy. I don't see him losing in this. Those 2 units are just so strong. But let's see what the Muds can do against them.
Yeah, all eggs are kind of in the mud basket, but there is just so many high-statted tier 3 or stage 3 alluvials here on I'm a Fishy's side. There's no chance that Not Complaint survives this, right? Gonna keep on charge on through. That Exalted Gorilla is gonna do its damnedest. It's gonna try and dodge out of here. And to be fair, they're holding their own. There's still a lot of red members left, but that's still such a healthy Rip Lance in this instance. Just a matter of dealing with the polar bear. That will be I'm a Fishy now taking a decisive lead here in this lobby. Jonah Kino survives. Alner, do you hang on as well? See in just a second, down to the wire. No, Alner's out of here in 7th.
Wow.
And you know what? I'm a Fishy's in a much better position, because he can still get Seer online. He can get Blaze Knight online. He is in a really good spot, but he's going against Web3 Gaming. I think we're gonna watch John Aquino though, because he's on his deathbed. Or what do we want to watch?
Yeah, let's watch John Aquino doing it one more time, as he likes to do it. And what better HP number than 1? Yeah, I think the stage is set for an underdog story right here. Let's see how that one turns out.
Games 1 through 3, they did pull the lose streak into a podium or close to a podium, but game number 4 didn't quite work out. How does it work now? 1 HP. Take it away.
All right, let's watch this one. A good corner composition here. Very well positioned. The Ranger jumps in, instantly takes out the Archers. Gorilla is on the Furiox. Main carry right here for John Aquino. Almost going down, but a stun comes in and Gorilla falls. Furiox is still standing strong. The Blotto still holding the front line right here. And it seems to be just not enough for the red side. Only the tank left alive. Furiox goes down, and we are down to a 1-on-1, which the Fernite is gonna take. Yo, Not Complaint down to 5 HP. What? Oh no, it was a bug. 21 HP.
John Aquino is just hanging on, and the unfortunate thing is he's going against Web3 Gaming, and guess what? Web3 Gaming finished the Scoriox last round, and so he's holding on to an extra Furiox and a Fury, hoping that he can beat Web3 Gaming, because Web3 Gaming has to die for him to get the Scoriox in probably the win condition to take the victory. But I do not see it. This 4 Magma, or is really 3 Magma, but with 4 units, is going to be really devastating for him.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. The double Seer is just going to add on so much damage through this Magma. Basically a ticking time bomb here, but it just chips away at you over time. Granted, though, that Seer, the first one anyway, that didn't have the augments, got immediately deleted off the board, but the Gnarl is about to fall. The Scoriox is just having a absolute field day on these tanks. Blotto's going to try and get involved, slow down the Scoriox as much as possible, but there's still just too many tanky members here on the red side for this poor little Furiox to have to tear through. They now focus the back line, and the run will end here, unfortunately. for Jonakino. A valiant effort to get themselves up there, but they will fall in 6th with Ole's Nariba falling in 5th right behind them.
Oh, and Nariba actually finished the Slash and Malura and still lost. I wonder if he had to go against I'm a Fishy or Not Complain, and their fighter comps just wrecked his rogues. That is tough. That's got to feel really good for Sota and... Oh no, Sota's the only other...
Sota has them
rogue.
as well. He just took them off the dead cold hands from Nariba and now has a Slash and plus a Malura himself. All right.
We're watching Sota? Yeah.
Yeah, Sota versus
Mud.
Not Complain right here. And the Gorilla jumps into the back. The Mammoth instantly falls. The Quinks instantly falls. Everything seems to melt away like butter. But we have to look out for the Vanguards here in top right corner who are just slashing away. Here comes a big charm.
Ooh.
Perfect timing here onto the main units of Red. And this is perfect for the Slash. And he's going to chunk everything away, and they are gonna win this round, taking down Not Complain. But Not Complain is surely gonna still survive this with 5 HP.
So if I recall correctly, I'm a Fishy was a part of that top group. Not Complain was a part of that top group. Web3, I think, was as well. Is this just your top 4?
It's the top
all
4.
here?
Because
Yeah, it's all the top 4.
Oh my gosh.
and you love to see it. It's hype, 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 and hype.
I'm so sorry, Baz.
Hey, everybody else gave it a good chance, a good try. Credit where credit is due. Amazing performance here by the guild. And yeah, love to see it. They're gonna battle it out in the top 4. And yeah, this is your top 4 from the current tournament.
And you know,
That'd be incredible.
Web3's finished his comp. I don't think he's gonna let I'm a Fishy be able to finish Seer, so that's gonna be really tough. I think I'm a Fishy needs Seer to be able to secure this. Otherwise, like, Web3 is just gonna burn. Like, there's just too much magma. Here we go. The Rogues. I don't feel good for Sota though. I do not think Sota's Vanguards are gonna chew through all this magma and this he's got a Blotto online now. It's gonna be tough.
So, quick recap for the scores. Sota is currently in 1st, next to I'm a Fishy. Then comes Not Complain, and the only one that has a little bit less points is Web3 Gaming, currently sitting with a win streak in 1st. So, everything is very much still possible.
It could not be closer.
Nope, it could not be. Thank you, scriptwriters. You did a great job once again.
Seriously.
And yeah, we're going to watch Sota
Oh.
versus Web3 Gaming.
He's got the Blaze Knight and an Adorito in now too.
Woohoo.
So we're going to try an all-in dive bomb right into the middle. Where's the Malura? Where's the ramp fight? Can they find value in this one? Down to half health for a lot of these Luvials. The front line have fallen at least a little bit, but so has the entire team here for Sota, I do believe. And with the slash and falling, so will Sota's hopes at winning the IPL 1000 here, presented by Immutable.
That was
Not
great.
Complain also getting knocked out.
Oh my.
All right, it's I'm a Fishy versus Web3 Gaming.
Oh
that
gosh.
I don't know if you want a spoiler, but
I don't know if we want to. I was going. That's what, zip,
right.
Zip my lips.
yeah, let's focus on this game, and then we're gonna check out the scores after, because there's a lot of mix-up happening, and I'm really excited. I think Web3 Gaming found the magic key here. He already took down the slash in, the mud, and everything, and now the only thing left standing in his way is I'm a Fishy right here with Jotun and Seer.
I got the Seer online. This is a possibility. This is the chance that Fernight's got to get a good cast, sending in just a wave to the enemy. Oh, there's double Fernight. This is great. Slow that Scorax down as much as humanly possible.
Yes, sir. And the Scoryx will stay in the corner, so those two Fernites are gonna send their Whirlwinds into the backline. Blotto here, the main tank, sitting very strong with a blind coming out just at the end and just holding out, and I think that's all it needed. That Blotto took enough time away from the red side, and red side is just melting in this magma field. Jotun, the only one left alive, and that's gonna be Web3 Gaming.
Oh, the hits! Web3 Gaming coming back with a crazy win. Is that enough to push him into first place?
We're gonna
I know
check
the
it
answer.
out in just
But
a
you can
second. We're gonna go straight to the scores, and then we're gonna have some player interviews for all of you. So don't go anywhere. The best part is still coming up. What an amazing final match, guys.
Could not have been closer. My goodness. Absolutely incredible.
Woohoo.
Wow. Wow.
I mean,
Wowie.
Web3 winning was pretty crazy in that one. I'm a fishy, though, was right there. Another good second place, giving themselves the best possible opportunity they can.
All right, we're filling it out live as you see it. And
Oh, you scared the crap out of me for a second here. I thought this was final. I was like, huh?
wait. I'll go back to the studio. Let's give the back end a few seconds. We are too excited here. GG's, well played.
Absolutely. No matter what, everybody making it to the grand finals in the first place, like fantastic run, and I'm glad that everybody gets a little piece of the prizing here today.
Yes, sir. All right, let's quickly go actually back to the prize pool so we can refresh. Oh no, I remember it. We got first place with $7,000, which this is crazy. I'm really excited to see that. That was a slam. Yes, it was. Web3 Gaming, I think we can spoil a little bit. I don't think he won the tournament after all. We're going to go to the scores in just a second. I think we're ready on the back end. It does look like it.
And no matter what, winning that final lobby is a nice shot up the board. And there we go. I'm a fishy.
Yeah. You didn't curse him.
Tournament of the season.
And we got a tie for second place too. Literally one position off. Sota and Not Complain battling it out. Not Complain taking second place. That's a huge jump. Sota is devastated. He got his rogues, but they just weren't enough. And then Web3 Gaming, even though he managed to secure that victory, still only taking fourth. Great game, everyone. That was what a wild series this has been.
Wow. Crazy.
Oh, and to finish it up, we might as well finish it up. No, Reba taking fifth place with 22 points. John Aquino with sixth. We got Lynx at 16 and taking that seventh place. And then Alnert taking eighth place with 13. Congrats to all of the contenders and everyone else who's participated in the earlier portions. Let's see if we can get I'm a Fishy or one of these other players into this and talk to them a little bit about how this tournament played out.
Yes, we're going to get some player interviews. We're going to set it all up. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break and be right back with the player interviews of your top contenders. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second.